YouTube, it's Brian Phillips. It's been like 10 seconds, so we figured we'd just do this unbox right now. Ow! Squished my finger. Okay guys, Hobby King's been stepping up their game. Last few planes we've done have been either much improved to very good, and we're hoping this one is no exception because it's been on my list for a long time, except now it is 1.9 meters of awesomeness.
Cool. The
Catalina. This is so cool because it is a float plane that doesn't have to be a float plane because you can fly it off of grass. Wingspan, 1900 millimeters, 75 inches. Big. It's got 3748, 820 kV brushless outrunner motors, 2 of them, and then servos.
Cool.
Let's get this thing out.
It's an odd-shaped box.
It is an odd-shaped box because this thing's going to be broken into a bunch of pieces.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm guessing.
We'll see. Now, twins, we've done some twins lately. Let's see how it comes out. It's kind of coming out like weird. I hope it doesn't split open.
I wonder if you're taking the lid off of it.
Am I?
I can't tell. I just see styrofoam on my end.
Let's just do it carefully so it doesn't fall out. Oh, is there a lid? Like retail packaging lid? No? Okay, so just empty box?
It's just the piece
But I am
on the
upside
front.
down, it looks like.
Yes.
Okay, guys. Why would that be upside down? That's so weird. Okay, we're just gonna carefully flip it. Unbox, build, radio setup here on Brian Phillips RC. We unbox them, we build them, and then we set up the radio system. So we take you from the box into the air, or if you really get right down to it, we take you from the chair to the air here on this channel. That's our hope. Our audience is usually people that are brand new to the hobby or returning to the hobby. So if you're outside of that ordinary, you might see some nuances in our filming style that are a little bit redundant and boring because you're not. If you're not brand new to the hobby or you're not just returning to the hobby, we appreciate you being here with us still.
There are people that watch our channel that aren't in the hobby.
Which is strange to me.
Yes,
because I'm like, how can you watch this and not get involved? That's crazy. Because this is one of the most amazing hobbies.
I was thinking, how can you watch this and not be horribly bored? But
there it is, guys. So that's the packaging. Okay. So we'll put this, normally we put the box in the background. I guess we'll just put this in the background. It's kind of nice for me because then I can look back there and see answers to questions. But this is the PBY-5A. And this is a plug-and fly plane, which means you have to provide your own battery and receiver, okay? So as you can see, everything seems to be well packed so far, and we will show you the whole exhaustive process, start to finish, because at the end of the day, a lot of people need help, and that's why we brand and market our videos to people that are brand new to the hobby, okay? So if you see us doing beginner helicopters, beginner aircraft, things like that, even though I'm not really a beginner myself anymore, it's because we want to help spread the joy of this hobby. So if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, that's what we do. We unbox, build them, radio set them up, and then we fly them. But you guys see them in 2 separate videos when it is a setup like this. Okay, so the inboard portion of the wing comes as one big chunk. You can see we're gonna have to put our props on. There's a quick setup guide right here. Okay, so just 1 page this time. Last time it was front and back, the same thing. Kind of interesting. And as we unpack, we'll just check the packaging techniques and see if there's anything strange about it. This is a little bit weird. They have a slit, and within the slit is one of the wing joiners, one of the carbon fiber wing spars. Okay, definitely carbon fiber. Okay, that's probably the horizontal stabilizer, but it could be on the main wing. Okay. Then we have what appears to be counter-rotating props. Let's double check that right now. How do you tell if they're counter-rotating? The pitch should be opposite on one of the blade sets, okay? So why does that matter? Because when the blades spin opposite, it looks cooler. And it also creates less P factor, which is torque that wants to spin the plane in, okay? Put them like this, line up the blades, they're opposite one another, see? Opposite, sweet. So we do have to get those on the right sides though. So we'll pay attention to that a little bit later in the build. Very detailed.
they're painted front and back.
Oh, nice. I like that. Jigged and painted. A little bit flimsy though. Look at this. A little bit flimsy. Not necessarily a good or bad thing. It's just kind of the nature of that particular prop. We'll see if it's a problem though. Sometimes when they're flimsy, They make a noise when you throttle up. They'll go and they'll reverberate and bend. So 1V2, I don't know what that, VV12, okay. So whatever that means, we'll come back to that obviously. And then the wings.
Ooh, cool.
Okay. So now one cool thing about this Catalina, if you guys weren't already aware, there are outboard floats that are like retracts, which is pretty awesome. So the wing actually comes down like this.
Oh,
yep.
Cool.
That's
okay,
so
I didn't
cool.
realize that.
And I had forgotten that. But the other thing too is I don't know if there's an inboard flap, like a split flap or what, but it looks like this wing design is set up really nice. I mean, this feels light on its feet already. And and look, there's a DB9 connector. So you won't have to redo any of the wiring, and a quick clip it looks like.
Yeah.
So again, all good things. And I gotta say, we have been super impressed with the Avios products that we've done, the H-King products we've done, and then what was the rare bear? Was that Avios, or was that just
Durafly?
Durafly.
Yep, is the other one.
So the 3 brands that Hobby King markets that they actually, it's like their in-house marketing. And I gotta say, and by the way, that is an actual retract mechanism, not a servo. Okay, so it's a servoless retract, so it'd be like a retract or a retractable landing gear. But we've been super impressed with the build quality. We've been super impressed with, especially on that rare bear, that was awesome. And we had a really good experience with the Twin Otter too. Complicated plane, really well done. Oh man, that is so sweet. Now, just to be clear, we don't mean to confuse anything. There are not actual retracts here that I know of. If there are, I am yet to be told about it. So those don't come down, but this plane in real life actually had landing gear that came out as well, not just the retractable floats, okay? So this one, you would just belly land it right on this surface, okay? So let's see how it's reinforced. Can't tell if that's a vent or just a detail. It's a detail. These are plastic. Is this plastic? I can't tell.
I can't either. It looks like it is.
Yeah, it's plastic.
Yeah.
Okay, so very nice. So if you do have to belly land it on grass, it'll stand up to the grass. And I love the gun pods, or the, I don't know, bomber pods or whatever those are. I assume they're gun pods. Oh, look guys, there's crap way up in here. Look. Right there, look at that.
Yeah.
Don't forget whatever's in there. I'm checking all those pockets now just to make sure I didn't double. Yep, I missed something over here too. So there is some sort of a fairing. And then, I can't tell what that is. It looks like maybe a pitot tube, simulated pitot tube.
Okay.
Or radio antenna. Okay. Okay, we got, water rudder, okay? So we'll see how that goes. And there's some springs, Y cable, looks like some sort of maybe a counterweight. I don't know what all this crap is. Oh, spinners, okay? So that'll work, accessory pack. And I gotta say, so far, as it's coming out of the box, super impressed with everything. You know, sometimes years ago when we did Hobby King products, of course we were in a different situation. We were just consumers just like everybody else. And now we're doing these reviews for everybody. And I can tell you this, we have been really incredibly impressed. Look how huge that elevator is. Good Lord, it's like half of the horizontal stabilizer. But I mean, I'm just really impressed with the fit and finish. One of the worst pieces of fit and finish we've seen so far is right there. But like, look how many of these there are. There's hardly any on a big flat surface. We used to never see fit and finish like that on Hobby King. And then stiffness of the wing like this. Look, you guys, I'm strong. I'm breaking it in half, of course, but I'm not gonna break it. I'm pulling on it hard and it's holding its shape. You wouldn't have got that 10 years ago, okay? The foam was not dense enough. It was way more wiggly. If you ever push any more performance out of the plane than what it was designed for, then it would pretty much break itself. Okay, so the tail section, this is how you keep packaging at a minimum, okay? Would I like to see them not splitting the tail? Sure, but it hasn't been a big problem for us. We had a lot of planes. That FMS right there came in 2 pieces.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and
it was fine.
Just happened to be sitting there, and it was totally fine.
Yeah.
But sometimes you'll get a plane where it's like, you get a break in the tail boom section and it just makes it weak. This one does not seem like it's gonna be a big problem. And look how big the rudder is, good Lord. That thing is so huge, but it's got a beefy vertical thickness to it. Look at that.
Yeah, it does.
It's got some strength to it, which is really nice. And then look at this cover. We were never seeing stuff like this from Hobby King back in the day.
No.
That is beautiful. And I gotta say, look how nice the decals are applied. This one here, I pick one that's popped up, of course. But look at that, that is crazy. Is that a water decal?
I don't know.
That could be. But just absolutely gorgeous fit and finish. We've got plastic all around. That's gonna be used for the bearing surfaces. There's where you put your wing joiner in. But look how huge this is. This thing is gigantic.
Well, it's a 1.9 meter plane. Look at the big plane.
Well, I know, but I'm talking about relative to the scale of the actual part. Okay, so I think that's all the pieces and parts of the plane itself. Also, this is an early release for us here on Brian Phillips RC. We're honored and privileged to be able to work with these manufacturers when they have early releases. And what that means is that we're getting it before the final retail outlet. So sometimes we'll be getting samples. I think this one is a full retail sample. So it's not like there's gonna be changes between now and when it gets delivered to you. But if you see it on this channel, we'll point out the stuff that we know for sure is different, wrong, or unusual about them. I don't think there is anything here. Packaging seems to be really good. Nothing to complain about there. Although, to be honest, we feel like most of the manufacturers are doing a pretty good job on packaging.
But we haven't had any issues with this, like, plastic bags packed in the foam. Like, we haven't had problems.
I like it because they come out nice and then they aren't as dirty. And when I say dirty, I mean dirty with like these little pieces of foam that comes off everywhere.
Yes.
So the other thing is, well, I shouldn't say that. We did have some trouble with packaging from the people that are using wood. It's not so much wood, it's like a cardboard case, and then they do build up blocks and they put them in. I just have not been a big fan of that. Just keep it simple, make it in foam. I know that's not simple, by the way, and I know it's very expensive, but look at this umbilical, good Lord. Okay.
I'm gonna slide this up.
I was really hopeful for a second, and then I saw this.
Well,
you're gonna grab my giant hangy downy thing?
Yeah, that's kind of long and wiggly.
Long and thick. Hold on. This thing is heavy. Good Lord. That is scary amounts of wire. So that's gonna have to get fed in there. Okay, twins can be fun in that way. But look at this. We have some sort of a click.
There's like a quick release on those wing clips.
DB9, male, and then there's two joiners. Where the heck are those joiners?
They're already
built in. Okay, so pretty exciting. We're getting there. The builds on these planes seem like they're gonna be tediously complex, and then you start kind of taking the things out of the package, and look, step back a few steps, show the people. That is not bad for a piece count on a complex plane.
No.
But, never say never.
Well, right.
We could still turn this into a 10-hour build.
I'm sure you can.
So here at Brian Phillips RC, you may have noticed that we make videos that are long sometimes, and that's because we don't want to leave any stone unturned, and I'm anal retentive. So hopefully that will translate to good outcomes for you guys, because I will have beaten the proverbial dead horse for the both of us. Look, nav lights. Guys, I gotta say, there's lights all over this thing. I'm super, super excited to see it. Now, I do not know if this is gonna be the type of plane where we're gonna set up like Flapperons, or if we're gonna set up just regular ailerons, or what. But I can definitely tell you this, depending on the number of channels, and I am not sure how many channels we're gonna need. I haven't thought this through yet, because I kind of forgot about the retract mechanism on the floats, on the outboard floats, okay? So because of that, I am not sure what I wanna do just quite yet. I was thinking there aren't landing gear to worry about, but there kind of are technically landing gear to worry about. So obviously normally gear would be a channel, and that would be on a 5-channel plane. The 5th channel would be your gear. But then if you go up to flaps, then that would be 6. Or in this case, let's just think it through out loud. Throttle 1, throttle 2, if you want to have differential thrust. Which again, I'm not sure if they split out all that stuff. It'll depend on how this umbilical is set up.
Right.
Now, that being said, before I get too deep into the weeds on full setup of this plane, I gotta say, there are ways to do it and there are ways to not. You can set up differential thrust on any twin motor plane you want, but it just depends on if it's gonna be a huge struggle or if it's gonna be reasonably easy, okay? And we're gonna give you our best advice, okay? I'm thinking the best thing we could do is look at the quick start guide. Let's see what they have to say, because I think this thing is gonna assemble relatively easy, and then we can worry about setup when we get to that stage. But I'm guessing, just real quick out loud, we're gonna talk about throttle, elevator, rudder, aileron 1, retracts, aileron 2, second motor, in no particular order, and that leaves us with modes in the upper channels that are non-pluggable. Okay, because we're gonna use Spectrum receiver in this, because we use Spectrum. I'll use an NX10 right now. We are actually getting ready to switch over to NX8 again. We started at 8, came to 10, and then we were going back to 8. Well, we started way before that, but that was just the most recent vintage. So at this moment, because we have 20 channels available for our mode, for safe AS3X or off, then we will be able to do that on non-pluggable channels. But that means that we're 5, 6, 7. So we're firmly into 8-channel receiver. And then we shouldn't really need anything else, I don't think.
If you want to do flapperons and differential thrust.
That's right.
Yeah.
Thrust reverse. And I don't know if we're gonna have thrust reverse. Depends on if we have thrust reverse or not.
Well, do we want to open up that umbilical and just see?
Yeah, let's
that might answer some questions for us.
Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't like to do this first because I want to be able to get it through. I think it's going to make it hard to put the wing on. I think we need to put the wing on first before we do that. So camera crew really wants to open this. Gosh, maybe we have to open it now.
I don't know. I don't know if there's
Let's
a
open
right or
it.
wrong way.
Let's open it. I agree. I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible because the thing is, for most people, you're just going to slam bam stuff it through the hole, and then you'll just work it out. You won't have to think through it out loud for the video.
Because while you're opening that, well, never mind. Let's look.
Well, it came apart pretty easy at least. All right, so we have throttle 2, thrust reverse, throttle 2 with a thrust reverse, and then throttle 1 with a thrust reverse, okay? I'm assuming that that is a thrust reverse and not just a programming cable. The way we can test that would be to hook it up while it's all disassembled and see how things go, okay? Then there's a bunch of other cables. These are gonna be LEDs, of course, and there is a major rat's nest going on here. Ugh, I do not like the tangle a dangle, but I can tolerate it for now. Ailerons and gear. So the ailerons are not split here, which is stupid, but whatever.
Well, but are they actually?
They are not split. We would have to split the end, okay? Now, I'm not saying they're not split back here, folks. They are obviously, at some point, they're split because this is a Y cable. But what I was gonna say is it'd be easy enough to switch one of these over. Yeah. So I could take and just disassemble this connector, clip them, slide them back in, and then build another end. The gear obviously are gonna stay connected, but that would also get me out of this tangle here, which is nice. So we're probably gonna do that. Well, except do I need spoilers? Do I need flapperons? I don't know. Sometimes we do flapperons on planes and I think that was a huge waste of time. So if you weren't doing differential thrust and you weren't doing flapperons or spoilerons, depending on how this plane performs, then that would save you 2 channels, which puts you back into 6.
I have another question.
Yes.
If we do thrust reverse with 2 motors and they're pluggable thrust reverse, that uses 2 more channels.
No, it doesn't.
No?
No.
Okay.
You would just use one Y cable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not going to thrust reverse just one at a time. You'll thrust reverse them both at the same time because the differential thrust is not going to be that intuitive. I mean, sure, hypothetically, you could tie up 4 channels. That'd be crazy.
Right.
But you could have, because it's really just a discrete on-off sort of thing. So if I'm giving thrust reverse, then it's going to operate both the motors in thrust reverse condition, okay?
So that would keep you on 8 channels.
Well, yeah, that would be 8 channels, yeah. So I think it makes sense to do the 8 channels. I think this plane is deserving of flapperons or flaps. I'm a little disappointed there aren't split flaps or something cool on here. But that being said, this plane is big, lumbering beast. There's a lot of people that aren't going to care about that. But also, every time I do flapperons, it seems like that was a huge waste of time. Until, for instance, like the Rare Bear, we did flapperons, spoilerons on that, and that helped a lot, actually. But then on the flip side, I think on the Flycat, we did flapperons, huge waste of time.
Yeah.
Huge waste of time. Just depends on the plane. And honestly, I think it depends on whether or not you feel that the plane is worthy of the additional channels, cost and complexity. So I think in this case, we're gonna go with it's worth the complexity. It's worth the additional effort. And look at those big, beautiful ailerons. I mean, they're gonna work good as flapperons. Yeah. So that being said, I think we'll just make the decision to do that. Now, what that means for us wiring wise, that's different than just plugging it in, would be, first of all, we need to test that the throttle is reversible. So what's the easiest way to test if throttle's reversible? Trying to think, we could use a servo signal reverser. excuse me, not a servo signal. We'll use the XBC battery checker, and I got to energize the ESCs. So if we power this thing up, then we can simulate the condition of a channel, but we won't necessarily have the ESC fired without also powering the ESC. So we have to power the ESC and then we have to simulate the signal, okay?
Okay.
So again, guys, brand new to Brian Phillips RC. Don't worry, you don't have to always do all this stuff, but many times we do. What does this fly on, 4S?
4S, I think is what I saw.
Okay. 4S, you saw 4S, you're sure of it.
4S, 3,000 to 4,000.
Guys, look, I got a 3300 in my hand. I don't even know if it's charged, but it's gonna be enough to test the motor, okay? So we're just gonna power this up. Then we can figure out which one motor 1 is, motor 2 is, okay? Now don't worry, I'm not worried about getting hurt, but you can hear them beeping, okay? So remember, we're gonna have to get some Y cables. Which one's throttle 1, which one's throttle 2? We'll know left and right now.
Okay.
Okay, so this has a negative. It's not silk screen, but the negative is toward my belly. So we're plugging this in. And then I'm gonna click. I'm gonna go down to servo test. I never can tell which one it is. I'll just try this. One of them's, this one's arming. This one is, throttle 2 is gonna be the right, because I'm upside down. So that's our right. So I'm gonna take a moment. I'm gonna mark that right now.
Okay.
Okay. So guys, don't be afraid of taking the additional time to make decisions early on, even though I know that that comes contrary to what we just talked about 30 seconds ago. That's because my wife was trying to talk me into doing it wrong.
I was
cutting
not.
corners, as usual.
I told you to open the thing.
Right. Okay.
Under the bus.
So then this one's left. Okay, so the left motor, which is throttle 1.
Okay.
And I'm just re-evaluating in my head. Yep. So now, when I step this up, it's gonna start spinning. There it goes, okay? Now it's gonna stop spinning. So because I can't see good enough, I'm gonna go ahead and put a little bit of tape on there, or like a sticky note. I'm gonna go for tape this time. Tape is just gonna basically show us a little bit more obviously what direction it's going, okay? So we'll just kind of stick this on here like that. And then just fold it kind of so it slows it down, creates a little bit of drag. Okay, so that's going this way, okay? Now it's going really fast. Now we'll walk it back down with a button. I don't want to shoot the tape across the room, okay? So now we need to get some Y cables. Was there a Y cable in the bag?
Yes.
I like to use as many tools that came with the plane as possible.
Yeah.
So in here?
Yeah.
All right, so in this bag, there's a Y cable. All right, so here it is. And it's got the retention type clips, so that won't be real helpful for us right now. In fact, you know what? Let's just, you guys, just humor me here. We're gonna need more than one Y cable anyway for this test.
So we're gonna have to.
So I'm gonna have to break into the bag of Y cables.
Oh, great. Okay,
no big deal, just Y cables. Some of these are tri-cables from landing gear, just so you guys know. But anybody who flies radio-controlled airplanes for more than a few months is gonna end up with a bag that looks like this. And believe me, I have even more than this down in the basement. Do they have to
store them in their kitchen?
Yes, that is one of the requirements, unfortunately. Just don't tell your wife that when you're getting started. Oh, look, gear, okay. Dang it, I'm trying to get one that doesn't have clippy doohickeys because it's a lot easier to test if they're not clipped permanently. Okay, here's one without the clippy doohickeys. Okay, so it's gonna go back to no signal beeping. So brown is away from my belly now. So of course brown would be similar to the black. Okay, so now we can line up the brown again. It's gonna go back to not beeping. And then look, this yellow is gonna go onto the yellow. Now the problem is the condition is gonna be the same. Okay, so yellow. So watch this. It's gonna reverse at some point. Okay, so it's spinning, but this is kind of a bad test because I cannot tell for sure what condition is going to be true or not true.
Oh.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
So this is gonna be really hard to test without a second tester, another XBC battery checker. But we can see what direction the motors go right now. And if you guys don't understand why, just I will explain it more elaborately later in the build, but let's go ahead and brown to black here for throttle 1, which is the left one. So it's arming. So now we're gonna need a piece of tape on this side, and that's gonna help us to distinguish which direction this goes. Now the other thing you can do is you can just set up your basic receiver, get it bound up, and then land the cables for testing. It's just kind of a little bit of a pain to have to do that. Just be careful you don't get too much of this goop on your threads. These are really fine threads. Okay, so just stepping up a little bit. You can see I'm just moving up a little bit. There we go. Yep, that one's going this way and that one's going that way, okay? Then I'll turn it back off.
Okay.
So we lost our prop over here, our simulated prop. So we'll just stick that back on real quick. Okay, very good. Step it back up. Can they see what's going on? So remember, we're upside down, folks, but the idea is it's turning in toward the top of the plane, in toward the top of the plane, okay? So that's gonna help us figure out which direction our props will eventually need to be mounted, okay?
Okay.
So these props, of course, are gonna need to pull the plane forward, and we don't wanna have to rewire anything. So I can turn this back down, okay? So we want these to be spinning so that they hit the top of the fuse. So this one goes on the right, and then this one goes on the left, okay? So this is still the right because it's just flipped up like this. This one's gonna be the left. Okay, and that's gonna get covered up. So I'm just gonna write left. Left, okay? And then this one is gonna be right. Like that.
Okay.
Okay? All right, so while we were paused there for a quick second, just wanted to come to a conclusion here on how we're gonna progress. We have basically differential thrust is what we're gonna do. So that means we're gonna have an extra motor, okay? So we can no longer run on a 6-channel setup, okay? Because really, you could do this as small as a 6-channel receiver, okay? So just real quick, in terms of receivers, AR631 plus, 630 plus would be fine. That's gonna give you stabilization for AS3X plus, and then auto leveling if you want safe. And if you don't wanna do that, you could do 637T so that you get your telemetry for pack voltage, okay? But in our case, we're going to the AR8360T plus, which this one is actually not a plus, but it's been upgraded. You can see my note there. So it just brought us up into the plus world. We are gonna go for 8 channels. Now, because the nature of moving the throttle up on the servo tester, I don't know what condition the position for the thrust reverse would have to be in order to actually tell it to switch, okay? Whether it's plus 100 for reverse and minus 100 in the spectrum world, for that particular channel to reverse the output of these motors, okay? Now, the other thing is it's possible that it's just a programming cable too, because there are a few of these ESCs where this is not actually a thrust reverse channel, okay? So I do not know that for a fact, but I have also concluded that if we're gonna do what I wanna do, then that means that we're gonna also need to separate this Y cable, okay? So this Y cable, meaning the ailerons, are gonna have to get split. Now again, if you wanna just do regular throttle, one motor, which you could do ailerons, elevator, rudder, and retractable landing gear. And you would be 5 channels. You could still do thrust reverse, or you could still do differential thrust with a 6 channel, okay? So I'm not trying to, upsell you to a position where you're getting features you don't need. Okay, so it is tempting if you know you don't have thrust reverse to just go for differential thrust, because I feel like Flapperons is always a gamble, okay? We'll gamble for you guys on this one, okay? Because this is a big plane, I think it's gonna be sweet, okay? So I want the feature. All right, so how do we do the feature to get this aileron cable to actually work so that we can control them independently of each other? There's a couple different ways to do this. One, we can either take this apart, separate this out physically, cut the cable, and then build a new end, which is what I'm gonna do. Or you can fish this out, which God knows if you can actually do that, because it goes back here to this connector somewhere in the wing. Now this is more than likely glued on, so you're gonna have to peel that back. I would not recommend that. The other option is you can take, and you can come back a ways and you can cut, and then you can, just Separate these leads, tape over them, separate, you know, the brown, red, and yellow, and then build your end back here. Then you could build a female connector and you could actually go back to a Y cable configuration. Building these ends, in my opinion, is kind of a pain in the neck, okay? I have a kit, I'll get the kit, we'll build that cable before we continue to the next stage. But I just wanted to get you guys to the bottom of my thinking. Oh, and then also in terms of batteries, we're gonna use a 3200, this is a brand new one, 3200 4S 50C. They do recommend 30 to 60C. Now, of course, Hobby King has their offerings, their Turnigy, and different packs that they offer that are just fine. You can order those when you're buying this from the links in the video description below. You will support Brian Phillips RC, just like you would if you went over and ordered your receiver and went ahead and got a new pack if you still need it. Of course, you probably already have them. Now, I would love to say that this will also fly on 2200 4S because it would be really nice to have a huge bird that flies on such a small pack.
Yeah. But
you could also use a parallel adapter. But let's look inside the battery bay. We haven't even looked yet, okay? So as you can see, very large opening, okay? And then it looks like we have a lamp. That's kind of weird. And then right here we have rudder, and right here we have elevator. And that is an anti-slip.
It's like
we don't have to put shelf liner in. Oh, that is awesome. Somebody was watching. Okay, so anyway, we're not the only people that do that. I don't mean to toot my own horn so much, but at the end of the day, we've been doing that for a long time. Lots of people recommended it, but we also did it way back in the day. But I probably got it from some recommendation I watched on YouTube. So It's not like it's some original idea. We just pass it along to people. And that's what we do here in this hobby. Guys, there's so many different things that we regurgitate on this channel on a routine basis. I don't mean to pretend like I'm the guy that invented it, okay? But if you didn't have anybody else explain it to you in the past, we are glad to be presenting it to you, and we hope we're doing it in full, true colors, okay? So without further ado, let's go ahead and start this. I wanna show you how I'm gonna rebuild this connector because sometimes people get a little confused about how to do this. And I'll show you the easy way to separate these lines so that you get an effective separation. It's gonna entail an X-Acto knife. And what I'm gonna do is I'll probably just go ahead and unplug my motors. They don't need to be energized, okay, for this part. And then I'll unplug my battery that had been energizing the circuit. We'll just lay those off to the side. Of course, we'll put away our other receivers. Full disclosure, if you decide to do a 631, it looks like there's plenty of room inside of there. So you should be fine, but a 630 would be end pin instead of top pin like the 31, okay? This one has the external antenna. I just think that's better for a bigger plane, in my opinion. This one's got the diversity antenna, but remember, these are transceivers for programming, telemetry, all that stuff. It all goes both, it's bidirectional, okay? So just remember, even though we call these receivers, they're all transceivers anymore, okay? So that's why we have multiple antennas. Keep that in mind. The diversity antenna is not always for the reception aspect. There's also a broadcast aspect, so keep that all in mind, okay? So not to overcomplicate what is already a complicated build, and that's a good time for me to say this. Guys, if you're brand new in the hobby, I'm gonna grab this chair while we're talking. This is probably not the plane for you, okay? If people are telling you this is the plane for you, it's because they've forgotten how hard it is to fly when you're brand new. Secondly, flying from water is a little bit more challenging if you live on a lake and you just can't resist. And I believe me, I understand where you're coming from. Just remember, flying from water is more complicated. It's easier to get a plane off of your front yard or field or flying field or wherever it happens to be than it is to get it out of the middle of the lake, okay? So learn to fly before you fly on water, because flying off water is just a whole nother element of complexity. So my suggestion, this is good advice, hold off on flying on water until you have a chance to get your feet under you on dry ground, okay? You can take it for what it's worth or leave it for what it's worth. So X-Acto knife or really, really small screwdriver, right? We're gonna pull this little black thing here, this plastic black thing. We're gonna get under there and pull it up like this. And we're gonna take this whole lead out, okay? So just like this. We're gonna pull that thing out and just pay special attention to the way it's organized, okay? So the crimps are facing us. Now, if you wanna do this the right way, this is the right way, okay? Now you wanna keep that bite point the same. You don't wanna lose that bite point because that creates a mechanical strength that holds the wire and then the physical, assembly, not just the media underneath the sheath here, but then this bites the copper or the metal substrate, which is the cable that's actually sending the signal. So we want to cut this one because it's on the top, okay? Doesn't matter which one, but we just want each of them to be in the set, okay? So then I'll just take a pair of strippers. Now it's sometimes kind of hard to get in there as close as you want. So I'm gonna just get in there as tight as possible and cut it. Now, why did I do that instead of just cutting it right there? Well, first of all, I'll tell you why. Because now I can slide this back in without any undermining of the performance of the cable. And we have a nice penetration, a deep penetration, and we all like a good deep penetration, right? So now your cut is right here, and it's protected inside here from this divider wall, and it's gonna be protected inside of this cavity, okay?
So you don't have to worry about covering over any.
You don't have to worry about
anything.
shorts. Yep, shorts are not gonna be a problem anymore, okay? So I'm gonna pull this one out. This one's the positive lead. Okay, so the first one we did just happened to be signal, not that it really matters what order it was, but I just want you guys to be aware as we work through things here on Brian Phillips RC, we pass along information that might be pertinent in other applications. And so that's why you might find that our videos are tediously long. If you already know these things, remember there was the first time that you learned it. So be patient. There's always people that are getting into this hobby, and we're just trying to cater to an audience of people that are just getting into the hobby. Now, obviously, like I said 30 seconds ago, this is not a plane for beginners, in my opinion, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be your first twin, okay? So same thing here. I want to make sure that this red and brown give me enough slack so I can pull them apart. So now if I was at the flying field, I'd be tempted to just yank that. But if you yank that, you might break out the sheath, thus loosening the mechanical grip on the cable, and then eventually this cable will fail for the original splice. Okay, so I'm just gonna cut it like that. There it is, beautiful. Now we have a nice clean cut. Of course, that little teensy bit of copper right there will still be active with the voltage, which would be the 5 or 6 or whatever the BEC voltage is, okay? So the battery eliminator circuit, which is what runs everything but the motors, right? So like the receiver, the LEDs, the servos and things like that, okay? So now we're almost free, Now this is the ground or the reference back to ground. So it would be the safest one if you were gonna cut one, but even still, you don't want that just flopping around inside of your plane, okay? Now you guys might also notice that I'm pretty particular about my cabling and wiring. Now you could just pull it out partly like that if you wanted, and it'd be fine, but a lot of times they like to catch that little lip when you're least expecting it, okay? So once we do this, see, and just ride that right up against that and give them a super up close shot. So you've still got all the mechanical strength there that was originally there. And we can just slide this right back into the connector and have a beautiful, perfect connection, okay? We've got that ready to rock and roll for one of the 2 ailerons. Now we can also take and untangle this SOB because that was driving me nuts, okay? So yes, I am a stickler for cable management. It drives me nuts when there's tangles, but I also tolerate them to the extent that I understand it's a necessary evil many times. Now this is totally unplugged, so I can get away with this. Okay, I'm gonna come up here to where I have a clean cut, and you can see my strippers are not very sharp because you see what happened to the wire?
Yeah.
So that is not acceptable, so of course I'll have to get something sharper, but I have something sharper in the kit I'm gonna be getting, so I'll come right back with my kit to build the end. All right, so I got a kit here. This kit has tons of different ends and things in it, but it's also got one of these things, which is how we crimp the ends, okay? So real close-up shot. You can see that. That's how we build them. And then I just happen to have a more small pair of strippers and crimper, or these are just strippers. And so we'll have to find the correct ends, and we'll have to find the correct type of plug that we're trying to mimic, okay? So real quick, let's come over here and let's look at what we've got. I don't know why you went to that side. So I'm going straight back over there, you know. So you see this, guys? That is going to be super similar and should be about right. Okay, so we'll go with that. So that's what we need for the connector. Now, the other thing you can do is you can also just cut another end that's built and solder them together if you're into that sort of thing. but I just find that building the connectors is as much of a pain in the butt as that is. So this is the way to go, okay?
Instead of like cutting off the end of an extra Y cable that you have laying around or something.
Yeah, the problem is this is the wrong end of a Y cable.
Right.
The Y cable is usually a female, but you're right, you could. You could cut off
if you
whichever
had
end.
yeah, a broken plane or whatever.
Okay, so this says 0.1 inch female gold terminal. Okay, so those should be correct. Now, if you're in doubt about which one you are using, so what you can do is you can take and dump those out, and I'll usually waste at least 1 to 2 of these every time I do this. It's actually a little harder than building most connectors in my opinion, but you can take these and you can slide them into a Y cable, except it's really hard to see. So the other trick you can do is you can stick them into, you're gonna have to move that camera. You can stick them straight into your receiver, okay? So I'm gonna do that right now just so you guys can see if you're wanting to test this, okay? So let's pop this open. Again, we're getting into the radio setup and the weeds a little bit early on this video. Why don't you come around here to the side? Okay. That's the way I want that filmed because then you're gonna be out of my way. Okay, so we'll just pop this open, pop it out of the container. Just be careful about your antennas as you pull out. And then also we have to put this thing in at some point too. So we might end up having to do that too because the way this plane assembles, okay? So if you're in any doubt, take one of these and you can slide this on any of the pins and make sure it gives you good purchase. And you definitely can feel that's biting and it's sliding on perfectly, okay? Now I already knew that they were correct, but sometimes it's a little ambiguous when you're getting it out of the kit from years ago or whatever, okay? So now the other thing is, because we're using this 8360T, it has a data telemetry feedback that's gonna come from the pack voltage, okay? So in order to actually test the pack voltage, we have to eventually tap the power somewhere on here and then bring it back into this micro PH1S port. So we'll do that next because that's gonna be something we can get done and then feed it through that Catalina's neck or whatever you call that on top of the fuse, okay? So we'll just lay this out of the way for now that we've tested that. Okay, so remember, we're just doing this so we can do Flapperons. All right, so now I can cut this clean. It's de-energized, so we should be fine. Nice clean cut, no problems. Now you don't have to strip them much, but you do have to strip a little bit. Okay, so I do not know what size it is, doesn't really matter, but I'm just gonna go in there and get myself a little bit. Don't lose any of your copper, okay? You don't have enough copper to give up on these small connections. Okay, and then there's 24 through 30 AUG and 18 through 22 AUG, okay? And that has to do with the American wire gauge and you see how there's like a bigger opening and then a smaller opening. The bigger opening is where the wire is gonna end up. And I'm assuming this is probably where we want to be is 24 through 30 because this is pretty small media, okay? Media meaning cable. Now I need to feed this in here. I'm sort of blind. Now there's 2 ways to do this. If you get it right, you can do it in 1 step. I usually don't, but I'll show you trying it in 1 step. Feed that in till it stops and then crimp it, right? If you get it right and you're good at this, look at this. You can see that the copper is sticking out the end there. I got it right. You see that? Right there, the copper, right at the end of my pinky fingernail. Okay. That was good, okay? Good. I got lucky. That almost never happens. So that tells me how much I need to strip, which would be, you know, 1/4 inch or so. Okay, so I'm just gonna replicate that same exact scenario. Now, full disclosure, I've done this a bunch of times, but I'm not very good at doing this step. I build a lot of connectors professionally, and these ones, I hate building these because they're too easy to screw up. And then when you screw one up, then you screw up the length of all of them. So a lot of times you gotta kind of start over if you want it right. So what I'm doing is I'm holding this with my index and thumb behind the back of the connector, and I'm holding it so that I can get this little thing, that C. You see the C, how it's going into the little bite point? Yep. I want that to go like that. So you gotta control it. Now it's held and it's got a ratchet system to it. So it'll ratchet into position, okay? So now I'm gonna go ahead and pull all that crap back. I'm just gonna deal with 1 wire. I'm gonna feed it in the hole and then I'm gonna go in until I hit obstruction. Once you hit the obstruction, then you can make a good estimate that you're gonna be inside of these smaller teeth, okay? So you got that, okay? This is going way too easy this time. What the heck?
Oh, you said it before you were done, though.
I know, that was pretty foolish. Okay, so 1/4 inch again. And just remember, folks, sometimes it's easier to do this stuff at the beginning, and that's the only reason we're doing it at the beginning. Now, usually we would like literally build the plane and then like disassemble it to get to this stage, okay?
Yeah.
So you see what I'm doing? I grab this, so I'm controlling it. I know what direction that little C is gonna go. I set it into the point where it's gonna be crimping. I let it guide back until it's about ready to start curling the C's over, and then see it holds. It's got a ratchet system in there. Now, make sure that you don't have wires that are peeled up and all over the place. I don't twist them because twisting them can cause other problems, okay? So slide it in until you hit an obstruction and then crimp. Boom. Good Lord, that's 3 for 3.
Good job.
Go get a lotto ticket.
We should.
That never happens, guys. Now, I'm gonna look at this. This is my check and balance. So we can study these and we can verify what direction it is. That is the direction we want. Not that, certainly not that, okay? Because it won't clip in. This little tab right there, which is barely pulled up, this little tab, which I'm getting with my thumbnail, see, that's the tab that's gonna catch to keep it in there, the retention clip, okay? So watch as I slide this in. Now, we already know what direction to put them because we just looked at our basis, okay? So the orange is gonna go to the top, or the yellow in this case. It's technically yellow. Slide it in and listen for the audible click.
It clicked.
No, it clicked premature because it went to the wrong click. See, I've got a little bit of a crimp bite on there. So I'm gonna pull that square. There's the click, okay? So now what camera crew heard and what you may have heard is that this is bent. So it went past this first knob and it needs to get all the way back here. So what you can do is you can take just with your fingers and just straighten it a little bit. And yes, you can break those, so be super careful. Red is obviously the next one in the middle. Make sure your orientation is correct. Slide it in. Hear the first click. There's your second click. Then that retains it. Okay. If you have a shallow penetration, you won't make contact to the pin on the other end. Okay, so same thing. You see how it's got a little bit of curvature to it? That's because of He-Man crimping. Okay, so now it's straight, right? So now we'll slide it in, give you guys a really close-up shot. Watch this. Click. All the way in. There we go.
Nice.
So now we have aileron 1 and aileron 2. Pretty cool, huh? So now we can actually do Flapperons without too much trouble. The actual setup for Flapperons is quite simple anymore with forward programming. So really it is unheard of to not take advantage of the feature if you don't have an inboard flap at your disposal on an airplane. Unless you have to do that crap, okay? So the truth is, most of the time, left to my own devices, I love this hobby. But sometimes I do things because I don't want to have a million people ask me a question that I can't then answer for, 400 times, okay?
Right.
So sometimes when I do these things, I do them out of compulsion to the audience because I care about you guys. I want you to have a good experience. Sometimes we do it because I'm a glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so now the next thing we need to do is we need to get this little wire figured out. And you're probably thinking, good Lord, Brian, you haven't even built the plane yet. That's right, we haven't. Because for once, we're gonna do it in the right order.
I know. Do we want to figure out which aileron is which, or do we not care? We'll just guess and check when we get to that point.
I think I can kind of tell from this one. So this one is gonna be going to the right. So I'm assuming that's gonna go to the right aileron. So that is a good, that is a good piece of advice, camera crew.
And then grab some tape so we can label that other one. Are we gonna label it with just clear tape?
Yeah, we can use clear tape. That's a good idea, camera crew. Except I'm not gonna use clear tape. I'm gonna use a sticky note.
Everything else is labeled though, so if we don't label it, we'll know what it was.
Well, we'll know what it is because it's the only thing left.
Yeah.
But you're right. So this one is gonna be the right. Because it's still the right, because it just flipped forward to back. So this is the right aileron. Right. Now, normally I don't worry about both top and bottom, but I am on this because that might wipe off. And if it wipes off, we'll be able to see evidence of mark. Okay, right aileron. Okay, so now this is another way you could do it that'd be super duper easy. Just take a sticky note, and the sticky part it stays sticky really nice. So we'll just rip off the sticky part and we'll wrap it around here in a similar vein. And we just fold that around and just stick it. It doesn't need to be pretty, but it could be if you wanted, if you were careful, like if you use scissors. Left aileron. What did they, aileron. I'm just gonna spell the whole word.
Okay.
Left, okay. Aileron. Okay, very good. All right, so we have that labeled now. The other thing too is if you ever get a label like this and it's larger than what the factory was, it might cause problems fitting it through a fuselage, for instance, so you can wrap it around and then later it will spring opened in the most obnoxious possible way.
Yes.
Okay? All right, so this time we're gonna be doing the wire for this. And you're probably thinking to yourself, but Brian, like you really don't know how that's gonna lay out. You're right, and that's a good point, but I wanna make another counterpoint, and that is this. This thing is definitely gonna be wired where these things are wired, okay? So this thing needs to be coming out wherever they are coming out, right? So ideally, you've got the longest lead here now from a cable management perspective is gonna be the one that I just built, okay? So the shortest lead is gonna be your dictating factor, unless of course this is hooked to something else, like for instance, popping open the hood, like for instance, lamp, okay? So this is gonna potentially plug into something different, buy us a little bit of real estate, and then of course go back. So this one must go back and power this.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, flashing light, okay? And then the rudder and the elevator come down. So I'm assuming everything's gonna be pretty close, and it looks like we've got kind of a cavity over here to the side. So that might be a good place to put the receiver, but I guess we'll have to wait and see on how that exactly fleshes out. But getting back to the point, we've done this before in twins because Hobby King has been good enough to give us these quick disconnects here. So if we have to redo it, this might be where we're gonna do it. So I would like that to be this long, come back, and then come back. Look at that. That's gonna be darn near perfect. Okay, so look at this. I'm gonna feed this through the zip tie. Why? Cable management. I want everything to go through the same path. And it's just a consistency thing. Now, a lot of times I twist this cable to make a nice little knot. In fact, I'm gonna do that right now because it makes it so much easier to work with. So you see how it's separated and it gets all tangly dangly? So I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna pull this, hold it here, don't hold it from the connector, and I'm gonna just put a little bit of pressure. You see how I'm resisting, and there's no pressure on that, pressure on the cable, because this is ductile and malleable. And I'm about darn near burned my finger doing this. But you see what I'm doing? I'm pulling it tight, and you see it takes some of that memory out of there, okay? Now I'm gonna basically twist it, and when I'm done twisting it, it's gonna be, it's gonna look like a braid. So we'll pause while I do it. All right, so I twisted this thing and I fed it back through that zip tie like we talked about. Sorry, I forgot to pick up the camera crew. She was doing some other cleanup in the area. So we got that fed through, just twisted it, that's all. Left a little bit separated. So we've got the positive and the negative here. And all we're gonna do is we're basically gonna carry this through so that it comes over here, and my OCD is kicking in again. I gotta go under these, and I'm tempted to maybe go through where all those other red and white wires, or red and black wires are. So I guess I'm gonna do it on camera anyway. See this? I just wanna bring it back to a common point so that it gives us the best possible results for cable management, okay? Because at the end of the day, this was already a consideration where everything is tied together, and I want my wiring to be in the same consideration that the manufacturer's wiring was. Some of you guys do things a little different. Whenever I go to big events, like we went to NAL here recently, I got a chance to see how other people do some things, and I'm assuming that people are sometimes maybe in a little bit more of a hurry than we are for some reason. I don't understand exactly how all that adds up, but okay, so you see this, guys? Just like that. And then that brings us up here to where these wires are. Now remember, if these wires bend, it's gonna change the length needed if it wants to walk left or walk right. So I wanna make sure that I have plenty of slack at the point where it could yank out, okay? So now there is a trick to doing this, okay? I don't just wanna test, you see how there's two wires, okay? They're tangled here. See how they're tangled? I'm not gonna undo which one's which, I'm just gonna let them untangle. See how it's untangled now? I'm gonna put that back in there, and it's like a motor lead. male and female. So check this out. One of the easiest ways to do this is when they give us these sweet opportunities to do it this way. Because I can actually trap that in this connection point. Really easy. So you remember those strippers that I just moved? I'm gonna get them back. All right, so I got the crappy strippers again because the other ones are in the kit. So I'm gonna just go down to the small size and see if I can get it. Yeah, I should have got the better ones. Okay, so there we go. So I'm taking, what is that, like maybe quarter-inch or so, just something like that. And then I'm gonna actually go into this little spring doohickey. There's springs all the way around. So now remember, we're not compromising the connection in any way, but I just want this thing to stay. Ooh, you know what I need? Something pokey so I can get in there and poke that into the...
Toothpick or?
Yeah, a toothpick is probably fine. So a toothpick is gonna just get me in there. I think we always use a toothpick in this step. I don't understand. There's something.
It's
why did you get
in the
two?
kitchen drawer because it's stuck to my finger.
Okay. So you see this? Stick it in there. Open it up just a little bit, and then it bends over. So if your tip isn't hard enough, sometimes it leads to problems like. So I'm going to just use this 0.7 millimeter tipped screwdriver because that'll give me a little better penetration into this. Any of these little spots, I just want to get in there. You know what also work good? First of all, you don't have to do it this way. I was just thinking it might work good, and I'm probably going to bail on it if I don't get it this time. I just want to get in there and open it up just a hair. So that's working terribly. All right, screw that. Abandoning ship. I'm just going to go a little bit more stripped, okay? So we'll just take off a little bit more length. And then for sure, remember guys, we're not like pulling any real power through this. We're just basically testing the voltage, okay? So we're gonna see if we can get that to go in. See, we wrapped it around on just one of the positive leads, and we'll see if it'll go. And I just gotta get it on the tip. You see how it's on the tip? So it'll pull it in, okay? So once you get it in there, see how it's in there now? Then it's gonna push back and just kind of get squished. And hopefully it doesn't cut it. If it cuts it, then that's a pain. Okay, see, there you go, guys. There you go, nice. But I don't like that there's excess in there, so I'm gonna resolve that by basically pulling out. And you see this, it's not cutting it, but it's darn near cutting it. Okay, so I'm just gonna hold it, wrap around the tip a little bit deeper. We can strip a little bit less on the negative side then. Okay, and then just force it in. And that will give you guys your tap for your telemetry. And I just got to make sure that I don't cut my cable too much. I don't know if I'm like thrilled with the way that that worked out as much as I want it to be. But what we can do is we can throw a little bit of tape around there and just resist this getting yanked over time. Because as long as we're holding it, then a little bit of movement's not going to cause it to break free. And we definitely don't want to short this up against the negative that's in relatively close proximity now, okay? So now we want to, hypothetically, it'd be nice if we could get the same motor lead, okay? Because then we'll just test the voltage from one set of positive and negative, okay? So this negative goes that way. This positive is on the bottom of the spaghetti, so that's the bottom one, then it goes to the top. Okay, so we want to follow this one. So this is the one we want to tap into. It shouldn't matter, but if it does, then this will help us to resolve that conflict. Now you notice that they're reversed so that you can't screw them up. Did you notice that?
I did not.
Okay, I did. Cool. Okay, so I'm gonna just take a little bit less than what we did on the other side. We'll strip that back. Okay, so now kind of the same scenario. All I need to do is just get it so that it's in front of the apparatus, the bulge. And once it's folded like that, then my goal is to cram this back in just like that. And then when I push it in, it's gonna slide back. It may actually strip a little bit of the lead, or it could cut it. If it cuts it, then we'll know it's too much. Oh, that is hard to press in now. Whoo! Woo, that is really hard to press in now. But that means we're getting a really good purchase on the cable and the media has not cut yet, okay? So that's what I was hoping would happen on the first one, okay? So you have a nice solid purchase, no soldering required, and then of course this will eventually get taped to keep it secure, just in case it would ever happen to break or whatever, okay? And that's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna grab some tape and we're gonna get that resolved right now so that we can depend on that as being our tap for the data that's going back for our pack telemetry. So why do we care about pack telemetry, camera crew?
Well, especially on a twin, you're gonna draw a lot of power. So it's good to know what your voltage is, and on water.
I don't wanna run out of power.
No.
It's one thing to do that on land, but it's another thing to do it by sea. And by sea, I mean pond.
One if by land, two if by pond.
Whatever you say. What, did you read that in a book somewhere?
Yeah, I went to that school thing once.
School? What's that? Okay, so that's about 3/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit less. And all I'm gonna do is basically protect my cable by covering up the joint. But then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this tight and let the vinyl act as a little bit of a strain relief for me, okay? So you can see, if you guys don't use a lot of electrical tape has vinyl. It's a vinyl material so that you can actually use it to create pressure. And then the glue or the adhesive that holds the tape on doesn't have to be quite as strong. And if it heats and cools, it'll still stay intact. You see what's happened here though? I don't like that. I think it's time to do a redo. So if you have this failure, like I did there, what I'm gonna do is I'll just show you how to fix it. I'm gonna just stick that down here to my island. Okay, you see what's happened here? It just got all rinky-dinked and screwed up because I screwed it up. That was totally my fault. So now I'm gonna come in here and just strip a new fresh chunk. Give that a couple of twists, okay? Because I do want that to stay intact. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fold that in front of the tip of the doohickey. Okay, so once it's folded in front of the tip of the doohickey, that pin is going to force it in as we penetrate to the other half of the equation, okay? So you see, now when we, eventually it's gonna slide back a little bit. Oh yeah, we got much better penetration that time. I like the way that that worked.
Okay.
I should have just redone it at the beginning, okay? So I did closer to an inch this time. Hold that down there, protect it, press this down. Now that I've got a little bit of purchase, I can hold this, pull it, and then tape it. Hold this, stretch it. You see I'm stretching it and then taping it. Hold this, stretch it, and then tape it. Hold this, stretch it, and then tape it. Right, guys? So there you go. So then that actually encapsulates and holds pressure so that if there would be a little janking and yanking on this cable, it's not gonna jank and yank past that tape, okay? Now we can follow and chase down where this goes along the cable media. And you can see I've now created a little bit of a twist, and that doesn't bother me now because I did that myself. It's supposed to be a joke.
It does bother you.
It does bother me. It still bothers me. It's not supposed to, but it does. Okay, so I did a little bit too much, but you see what I'm talking about. So I can get this just so that this wave in the cable doesn't create a tension point, okay? So you see that wave in the cable? Now there's gonna be no chance or limited chance. Like if you crash your plane and it gets yanked, that's too bad, so sad.
Yeah.
Because during a crash, all bets are basically off. But during normal flight ops, then this bundle will be secure and safe, and thus will this bundle also be secure and safe, and now we don't have to worry about any of that crap being a problem, okay? All right, so now we build the plane.
We're only an hour and 4 minutes in.
Good Lord. Okay, everybody, thank you for staying tuned to Brian Phillips RC. Our builds can be a little bit long and tedious, but at the end of the day, these are the whole set of steps to get the exact outcome that you see in this video. Some of our competitors on YouTube like to tell you how easy it was to do things. we like to show you just how not easy it was. Now, I'm not saying that any of this is really particularly hard. It's just more a matter of, do you want that heartache in your life to have flapperons? Or do you want that heartache in your life so that you can have differential thrust? Or do you want that heartache in your life so you can have thrust reverse? And the answer to that question is obviously yes.
Yes, we like heartache, so of course.
So my camera crew was so kind as to open this battery, 4S 3200, S2200 charger. This is a Gen 2, okay? So I'm gonna stick it in the hole after this boots. Now it says 15.1 volts, so we don't really care. It's gonna initiate smart charge. I'm gonna click, I'm gonna scroll down. This is a brand new battery. I'm gonna go to smart battery settings. I'm gonna change 72 hours to 240 hours. I like my batteries to stay charged for a while. You might not. This is where it's gonna go to storage voltage, and the battery history, as you can see, is 0 cycles, okay? All right, so I can go back to current is gonna be 3.2. You'll notice this is 3200 milliamp hours, so it's gonna charge at 3.2 or 3200 milliamps. Okay, so that'd be 1C. But if you look close at this battery, right here, you can see right in that lower left-hand corner, zoom in on it so people can see how fast they can charge it.
Right there.
16 amps, zoom in. Like use 2 fingers to zoom.
It'll get blurry.
I don't care if it gets blurry, 16 amps. So you can charge this at up to 5C charge rate according to the manufacturer's specs, okay? So this box is now empty. That was not well thought out, okay? At least I didn't cut the smart lead off. Okay, so we are eventually gonna have to go through this bag of tricks and get a Y cable so that we can do our Y cable for the thrust reversing function, but we can do that up front of the Catalina, okay? Now, everything that we did over here is going to be basically self-contained, and it's gonna feed through the aircraft and come out the nose of the aircraft. I'm a little bit tempted to use this
and
to just wrap it back up.
Okay, but aren't you glad we opened that up first to look instead of doing all of that?
Are you still trying to take credit where credit's due? Come on.
Yes.
Don't you know me by now?
Yes.
I don't disagree with you, camera crew, but I do want to just say real quick, my camera crew is awesome. She does a great job. Sometimes we butt heads in the process of building planes, AKA I butt my own head against the brick walls. I do that on a routine basis.
Yeah, it's not just planes.
It's part of the way I'm designed. Okay, so check this out, guys. I'm gonna take this. That was the full length, okay, because it was doubled back on itself. I don't know if you remember that. Camera crew, I do.
I do.
You're supposed to be like, oh, I hadn't thought of that, Brian.
Oh, trust me, there's plenty of things I don't think about.
You're not quite as good a glutton up for punishment.
I am not, no.
Okay. So if we were to wrap that around there, now you're probably thinking to yourself, well, why would you ever want to do that, Brian? Well, the reason you might want to do that is because you don't want to chase cables like a million different ways while it's going through this, okay?
Yeah, right.
This is purely for convenience, and also because later when I flip it over in the water, it will help trap the water and cause all sorts of conflict.
Oh, good.
Yeah. yeah. And that's one thing you have to think about. When you have a water plane, it is not impossible that the thing would flip upside down.
Yeah, it would get wet.
Just saying. There's been a few that I've done that to, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, this is, you're intentionally flying your electronics on the
didn't
floor.
have floats on it when you did that.
Oh, is that why I didn't?
Float?
That's why I didn't float. I mean, it actually did float.
It did.
For the record.
Mostly, yeah.
And you guys got to see me in my dinghy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's...
Well, you
pedal
can't
boat.
show your dinghy on YouTube. That's not appropriate.
Well, this is not a well, I'm gonna just stop. That train of thought was going nowhere in a hurry. I'm just gonna stop right now. All right, new release, be good. New release, be good. All right, so we gotta stick everything through there eventually. Now, I'm just gonna take the high road and I'm just gonna leave that sitting there.
Okay.
Both the Comet and that wing,
Okay.
All right. So these quick build guides are handy when you're not sure what you're doing, but they do tend to be somewhat a little bit lacking in detail from time to time. I'm just gonna be honest, that's been my expectation. Are they hard to figure out? You know, we always figure them out, but
right.
I mean, we do this, we've built hundreds of planes. This is just the most recent batch.
We also have it before the actual instruction manual is on the website because it's an early release.
So for those of you that are like, just read the manual, Brian.
For once,
well,
he can't.
We don't actually have access to it.
I'll
I'm
just
really
pretend.
sorry. I won't be able to do that.
That it's a 2.5 millimeter drive.
Okay. So this is tape. So it's designed to cover something up somewhere. So we're taping something on. I'm not sure what it is and where. And then that appears to be some sort of a blank. Where the heck is that going to go? I don't know where it goes. I really have no idea. Look at the box for a second. Do you see it on there? Is it like, oh, it goes here, hon. It goes here. Look, it goes here, I think. What the heck? This thing comes off for FPV-age. This thing comes off.
It does.
I don't know how you get it off, but evidently there's a way. Because look, this must be like an FPV mount that goes in instead.
Okay.
Okay, fine, whatever.
That.
Oh, those are guns. That's a gun. Yeah, that's a gun. That's a gun. Look, this is eventually gonna get protruded out of here as a gun.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll know that for going forward, okay? And then there's silver tape. I wonder if that's like an alternative way to do it. Like if you screwed it up or something. I really don't know. But we've got these things here. I have no clue what to do with them, but I know what this is, and I'm definitely not putting that on yet.
No, because they'll just be in the way literally.
Exactly.
For the rest of
I'll knock it off within 5 minutes of build.
Yeah.
All right, so over here, we've got the water rudder. Okay, so it's a big water rudder.
Nice.
I have to assume that's what that is. And then it comes with some assembly here. And it looks like we're going to be able to build this or some, I don't know how this is going to be interesting to do without instructions. And then this, that's the hardware. Okay. So I think process of elimination is one of the names of the game, folks. So I'm actually going to put all the water rudder stuff back into a bag. Camera crew is going to sort through that real quick.
Okay.
They all look the same. Plastic hollow spinners. Why is there a tab in there like that? It seems like that would cause it to be out of balance.
Is there a tab in both of them?
Yeah.
Well, then maybe it's intentional.
No, it's not. Let's keep these forever.
Oh, good. I need some of those.
Brian Phillips RC, we keep things forever.
We should make Brian Phillips RC zip top baggies.
Zip top, but oh, we could sell them?
Yeah.
Just the ones that we've collected.
Yes, you can sign them and we'll sell plastic bags.
That's what we'll do.
So we have two big screws, which obviously are going to go to the wings, and then these are all the same.
Why is that obvious?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Those
11,
are
12.
the same?
Because there's 2 holes right there.
Okay. So these are going to help us mount all this crap.
Okay.
Okay. This is going to take all this back into it because like there ain't no way we're doing that without instructions of sorts, right?
Well, not yet.
Look at that. We're going to have to do some complicated stuff on there, I think. Well, that could be used for other stuff too. So we'll just set this over here. We know that we'll have to come back to it. There's no way we can just guess on that. Okay, we know what these are. These are definitely going with the spinners. So that should be pretty obvious, okay? So that's easy. Process of elimination, folks. Process of elimination. We'll just put these here. We'll be ready to rock and roll with our left and our right. We shouldn't have to wrap any other things in bubble wrap unless we need to protect them.
Okay. Is one of those spinner things going to be counter?
Yes.
Okay.
We already worked out left and right. Do you
No,
remember
I
that?
meant the little, like the nut. What do you call the thingy?
The spinner?
Yeah. Not the prop, but the actual spinner itself.
Yeah, one of them is going to be threaded backward.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are pinch hinges, okay? So full disclosure, they're already hooked up.
Yep.
So normally I would exercise those before, but I guess we're not going to exercise them this time.
Okay.
Although we could put the XVC battery checker on there and we could run this up and down a bunch of times, but it's already hooked up. So I'm kind of like, whatever, I'm not going to redo it.
Yeah.
We'll just say it's good.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a screw here and a screw there and a screw here and a screw there. Okay. So let's build this tail section. Is it going to be easier once it's mounted to the plane? I don't know.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Just because it won't.
Let's see if we just put it on there and just, if it doesn't jank around. The build is going to go really quick, guys.
Yeah. I agree.
Make no mistake, when we build stuff, do we have to glue this? Oh, look, there's where it goes. That's where the rudder thingy goes.
Okay.
And look, that's where these things go. Let's open those up. This is not as...
Squirrel of RC today.
Listen, sometimes the only way to do it is like the squirrels do it. You just run around
Run out in the
tree
middle of
to
the
tree,
road and hope you don't get hit.
and then turn around 7 times.
Yeah.
So, and anybody who can do it in a more sequential order, I give you credit for that. Good job. Congratulations. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's awesome that you can do that.
But these are going to go to the wings.
Yeah.
So maybe we don't want to put them on yet.
We're not going to put them on yet. I'm just saying, those are going to, there's one that says V, or there's one that says 2. So 1 and 2, and V, okay?
Okay.
So if there was more pictures, look, so they both go to the main wing, okay? So V means the front or the back, and then 1 and 2, gosh, why do they make it so ambiguous? Like 1 and 2, there's a left and a right side of a plane.
Well, these are pointing, look, there's a 2 and it's like pointing back, and then that V is pointing backwards.
Okay.
And then that 1 is pointing forwards and that V is pointing forwards. So it seems like that would be a set.
Yeah, but the V's, I can't tell. I don't know. There's no obvious way. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna stick this on right now, okay? This has, does this get glued on?
I don't know. There's a servo wire in there that we probably need to get out. Right?
Yeah, you're right, we do. But I'm just trying to figure out, it looks like there's a place where there would be like some rods that go through there, doesn't it?
Yeah, but this is the only rod we have. That's obviously not it.
No, that's for the horizontal stabilizer. But then also I have to figure out, okay, hold on a sec. So there's 2 wires that go in here. Crap. Yeah, there's 2. There's one that's for the elevator servo Y cable, and then one that's for the rudder. And I only see 1. Nope, I see 2. I see 2.
Yep,
see?
I see them.
Not to be confused with IC2 connectors. What were you saying about being a squirrel? Brian Phillips RC, where we squirrel you to death.
Yeah.
If you guys are watching this video thinking, you're never gonna get there, Brian.
No,
trust me, we will. It's just, sometimes you gotta figure it out.
Maybe an hour from now, but we will.
If there's one thing we know about Hobby King planes, don't worry, they'll forget to put the manual online anyway. So you're gonna have to watch this video to figure it out. The good news is they make a pretty good plane nowadays. They used to be project planes, okay? These are color coded. So yeah, I think the answer to this question is we're gonna have to glue this dang thing, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so. I don't see a screw hole. Or like a plastic
I see like, there's 3, this must have been where they just held it temporarily when they were jigging it. When they were getting jiggy with it.
Well, sometimes you have to hold it.
Okay. All right, now just full disclosure, if I yank on this too much, it's gonna pull those things out, and that could be a bad thing. So it does make me a little bit nervous. There's also this tape in here, which we could use to tape things, except we don't need to. So I'm gonna put it on the edge of your counter here, Kim.
Okay, perfect.
Because I know everybody's wives loves it when they use their countertops to tape stuff.
Tape.
All right, so China glue. Let's talk about China glue. Mucilage, China glue, competitive brands. There's 3 of them here. Actually, this one just came with the plane. I can't remember. This might have come with a Hobby King plane.
I think it might have actually.
And then this one's just from a competitor, and this one's a competitive offering, but it's called foam to foam. So you can order this while you're ordering your receiver. You can order mucilage, which comes in tube size similar to this in small, or the large is much bigger. I kind of got away from it because we had problems with it coming dry.
I don't know if they even offer that bigger size anymore.
Yeah, I don't know, but this stuff does dry out to a certain extent in the tube, so I'm using the tube that's opened, okay? So
Yep.
the easiest way to glue this is gonna be China glue. China glue is what I would recommend. If you guys are using CA, have fun with it, okay? There's nothing wrong with CA, but China glue is a million times easier. And that's obviously what they used here, is why it's pooping out everywhere, okay? And there's an access hatch here.
Oh.
So that's kind of cool. So guys, when you build a million airplanes and you kind of get used to the process, eventually you get to the point where you don't need instructions to build. But there are certain things on this build that are a little bit unique and special. And so I'm just really hoping that we're not going to mislead anybody on doing this build process, because there is definitely a possibility that we need to do something fancy, okay? because of the nature of this tail and the way that it gets assembled, okay? So I'm gonna reuse this. Oh, gross. I'm just gonna spread this out with this Q-tip. And I am gonna glue along the face of this too, just because I can, and it's not a big deal. Okay, so now remember, you don't wanna get all over your connectors, but if you get a little drip of glue on there, it's not gonna hurt them. It's just gonna like hold them together a little bit more. But don't put glue where there's no connection point. It's just a waste of glue. This stuff is contact cement, essentially. This and other mucilage type products. So if you're using the mucilage from Hobby King, then you'll do the same thing. You'll basically spread it out, get it all along. You could get it into this surface here, but the problem is it will eventually poop out if you're not careful, if you use way too much of it, okay? But this is gonna be the most rubbery and resilient, and it's gonna give you a little bit of play in the event that you would have, you know, say a rough landing or a hard bang or something like that. I mean, you don't want hard bangs to cause problems. Here on Brian Phillips RC, you always keep it family friendly. That's why we don't stop too long when we say something like that. We just let you figure it out on your own. Okay? So you see, now this is stuck to me because this glue is quite sticky, and it looks like we're actually, oh boy.
Or you just have about too much glue?
You just don't want to get sticky all over your hands, okay?
Making me nervous here and push that whole thing off the end.
Oh, that would suck.
Yeah.
That would be really annoying. How mad would you be at me if I dropped this off the end?
Pretty mad.
Would you be as mad as like if I were to fly it off into the oven? Like into the glass of our oven? I can't believe I did that.
I would have been less mad if it would have cleaned it. There's a bird like literally trying to get into our house.
The birds have been going crazy the last few days.
The bird was more interesting than your gluing.
Spreading the sticky, huh? Okay. All right. Now, the next thing is, technically you'd want to glue that, except I don't think we're gonna have time. I think I'm just gonna have to slather it on there and get it stuck in. Because honestly, I still have to plug this cable in,
yeah.
Okay? So like, I am not joking here, guys. I like actually gotta get on with it. For once, I'm taking longer than I should have. We're just full of jokes today. And by the way, if you're getting a bad angle, that's because my wife is standing on the wrong side. There's not a lot of flexibility when you're gluing. You just kind of have to do it. And so I can't like stop and say, hey, get in the right spot. Just, well, you know, you just have to figure it out, camera crew. Okay, so listen to this, guys. There's a yellow, and the yellow's right here, okay? I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. Brown is up. Okay, that's plugged in. Then this one is, yellow is toward my belly, okay? So those wires are now plugged in.
And you're double checking your...
I'm double checking my colors. Our colors are right. Yes. Now, I need you back so that I can swing big objects and not have to, well, good Lord, you'd have to go to the other side of the house.
You're gonna have to move, I know.
Okay, so everybody listen. See this? Look, I gotta get in the edge and I gotta do this fairly quick because the glue is setting up. Oh yeah, baby. We have perfect penetration. Now, what would be ideal is if you weren't sure, you could take this apart and you could watch that stuff peel out, okay? And then verify your cables fall into the hole, okay? You want those in the hole, okay? You want those in the hole, meaning you don't want them to get trapped. So camera crew is gonna grab the canopy for me quick, pull it off. Thank you. Then I'm gonna grab my elevator and my rudder. Camera crew, what are you doing?
I just want that to fall off.
Okay, rudder, elevator, see? Watch this. I'm just gonna carefully give it just a real gentle tug so that I can verify that there's not a bunch of extra. This is a nice soft couch, so I don't have to worry about. Oh yeah, there it is. You see what's going on here, guys? See how it's getting all stringy and stuff? Now look, I'm gonna grab my elevator and my rudder. I'm gonna pull them back to me just a hair. Just, you see up there at the wing, I wanna make sure they don't get pulled out, okay? That's the only way to ensure that you're not gonna get in this pinch point, because you will never get them apart without really doing some serious surgery. Now, We're still good here. We should still be good here, which is all inside, okay? And then we're good here, okay? Now, if I were to try to pull this apart, I bet you it probably won't barely come apart. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna screw it up if I pull it apart again. So just give you an idea of how quick that stuff works. Okay, there it is.
Those decals line up nice between the tail pieces.
They did a nice job. The Coast Guard's a little bit off right here.
Yeah, not bad.
But I can push that. Okay, so there's that. It's as simple as that. Guys, it's a lot easier if you're not filming it, okay?
Yeah.
Believe me, it's just one of those things where there's certain chemical processes that don't wait for my wife and me.
Oh, I was trying to figure out where you're going with that.
I was trying to be choosing my words very carefully. Because at the end of the day, the camera crew does a good job, and I try to do a good job, and sometimes worlds collide, okay? All right, so that's on there. I am a little bit concerned about, you see how it's wanting to just very slowly, you're gonna get that pull apart.
So it like separates, yeah.
And that's why you see, the problem is with mucilage-based glues or China glue or foam to foam, if I were to pull this apart, I could get that to stay, okay? And I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna let that cook off for just a second. But you see what's happening at the front edge? Look at this front edge in front of my eyes, where my nose is pointing. Right there.
Yeah.
It's gonna eventually pull that.
Oh.
It's gonna pull the finish, okay? Yeah. But if you can let that set up, you'll let it set too long, and then you won't be able to slide it in. You physically won't be able to force it. And so the reason I'm showing you this is if you get it to where you can't force it anymore, there is one way to fix that, and that is to literally take more glue and put it on that same joint, and it'll work. It will re-lubricate the joint. But whenever you get a compression style fitting like this, it can be challenging because you cannot tape these together. If you tape them together, your plan needs to be to leave the tape into perpetuity. That could be what this is for, okay? So if you have instructions and it says glue it and then tape it, that could be what that's for. Because that tape will 100% take this paint off. If you try to undo it, there's no way. You can't use blue tape, you can't use frog tape, you can't use painter's tape. It's gonna take that off, okay?
Yeah.
Now the other thing is, it might be worth the peace of mind to just have it pulled tight and throw one piece of tape on there regardless. And then I can have this paint, regardless of if the paint gets screwed up. It's so beautiful. I don't want to screw up the finish.
Can't we just babysit it for a few minutes? It's not going to take much time.
No, because and this is what I was getting at. Okay, so let's say this is the compression style fitting. Okay, so you have a compression style fitting and it's going into a socket. I'm trying to make a triangle, so it's a triangle. So it goes into a socket like this. What does it want to do? It wants to force out no matter what you do. If you have a square fit, like a wing, it goes in and it still wants to poop out. But when you have a compression style socket fitting like this, it always wants to push out no matter how good a job you did. So there's another way you can do this. And that is you push it in tight and then you pin it, which is what I'm gonna do.
No, that's ugly too.
No, it's not. You won't even know.
I'll know.
I'll just show people. I'll show the people. So the camera crew and I are in a disagreement now. How to do this, okay? So if you stick that in there and the glue is fresh and you don't wait for it to tack up like I did, because I was talking, you can slide this in. Camera crew, one for the team, sorry. I'm doing it. You can do this and it will work, okay? That will hold it together, okay? And then when it dries, you can do it. You can undo it, okay? Now, I'm gonna do that twice because once wasn't good enough. The camera crew she's giving the evil eye. Ow! Just got stabbed.
See, I told you.
Where's your voodoo doll? Do you have a voodoo doll while you're filming? Goodness gracious. Okay, so you see, I've got two more. Not just one, now it's three. Okay, so I'm pressing down. I wanna get the meat and potatoes. I don't wanna hit my cables. Keep it symmetrical and it'll look like it was meant to be, okay? Then you'll notice, now this is just temporary. I can pull those out at any time. I can pull out anytime I want.
Yeah, that's what you always say.
Okay, so now if I were to do this, I'm gonna press this, I'm gonna lever it in. What do you think, right on the crack? There's a seam there.
Yeah.
Okay, and you guys are probably cringing at home thinking, why the heck did you do that?
They are.
I commend you for caring. Okay, there it is. Okay, that will not come out now. Okay, because it's pinned in 4 spots. It's not coming back, not enough to matter at least. Because you can see it's definitely not opening up still.
Right.
Okay, you're right, it makes you so mad. Okay, so listen, watch this. Now the other thing you can do is if you like the idea of that fix, when I say fix, I mean possible fix. Okay, you can press that in. Of course, I've got that little chunk of wood left there. Okay, that's better. Slide that in there. So this is just one idea, guys. You don't have to do it this way. Okay, just the way I'm doing it. There's a million ways to skin a cat, and in RC, everybody's going to tell you their way is the right way. Just why would they tell you to do it if it was the wrong way?
That's why you listen to your wife.
Yeah, go get your wife, ask her about all the RC questions.
Somebody else's
Let me know
wife.
how that works in the comments down below. You mean my wife?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm pressing, show them from this side. Right here, right here, right here.
I can't see.
No, you gotta get further over. You're not looking right. Point it at my face.
I am.
Move your body to the other side. You see this, guys? I'm gonna point that into the middle of this, okay? So I've done this a million times when I'm fixing it. It's just, we never show it. I'm gonna press this. Oh, see, it broke on me. Sometimes you gotta press it in further than what you meant to, okay? See how I did that? Now look, this is when you're committed. You press it in like that, and then it goes past the finish level, okay? So you see what I'm showing? You see what I wanted them to see now? Now that I made you move all the way to the other side of the couch. So now I can just press right in the middle. Okay, and then it goes just past the finish. It's then smooth, and you'll never know. You'll never know except that we filmed it for the world to see. Okay. All right, and all joking aside, guys, there's more than one way to skin a cat. I'm not saying that if you did it a different way that it's wrong and my way's right, but that is what I'm gonna do, because that pin will give me some mechanical strength, and it'll give me a little bit of peace of mind that it's not gonna back off on me, okay? And then the other thing too that's nice about that is if you ever get to the point where you wanna peel it out, you know exactly where to peel it out, okay? Meaning you can take those pins back out. You can also push them all the way through too, because it's just foam, it's gonna push through, okay? All right, great. So now that we've done, now if my ship sinks, you'll know why.
Yes.
All right, that was more challenging than I thought it was going to be. All right, so now we need to put this rod in through both sides. Yep, just like that. Make sure it fits. And we're gonna slide this through right there. Guys, if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, what you just witnessed is what we call a bondoogle. What? That's not, I think I screwed that word up.
I thought we called it being married for a long time.
That was not it. That was not what I meant to say either. Good Lord.
What were you
We're gonna have to take this whole section of the video out. All right, so the brown is away from me. And it's plugged in. Boondoggle. Jeez, I screwed that up so bad.
I don't even know what you said now.
Boondoggle, good Lord. Oh my goodness. All right, shibbity balls. All right, so now here's the next big problem. We should have totally put the tail on first, because then we could have pulled the excess down. That's what we should have done. Dang it. Because now there's no way for me to guarantee that that's gonna go into the pocket right. Because you see that? That is a pretty big pocket. I hope I can turn it like lengthwise. But you see my problem?
Yeah.
I might be able to do it. It should be fine. See what's going on there? And then this just goes in until it's, that's a pretty terrible looking fit. Terrible looking fit.
Is it?
Yeah, it's ugly. You can call it what it is. A boondoggle.
You know what you said.
What? You know what I said? What, like now I'm responsible for what I said?
No, like I don't even know how you came up with what you made up the first time.
I said it wrong, like a moron. So 5 millimeters. Here it is, 5 millimeters. Whoa, those are hex drives.
2 millimeters. I don't know. Is it 2.5?
2 millimeters. 2 millimeters.
Screw go.
Goodness gracious.
So we like
2 millimeters. I said this would be easy. Ugh. Ugh. You have to go until it gets tight and it's like squishing everything around. Okay, where did that screw go? There it is. I got it, people. Don't worry. So there's gonna be 4 of these screws. These are all the same screws.
Yes.
So now, for those of you watching at home thinking, how did you ever get a YouTube channel? Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's not like they
just
there's no application process.
They just give them away to anybody.
Yeah.
It's your fault, really.
It's my fault.
No, it's their fault, the watcher and the viewer.
I was like, not my fault.
This boondoggle is your fault, people.
Not pinning that on me.
All right, black goes to the brown. As you can see, okay, make sure it clicks. Give it a double check and then slide this in. Now this is gonna be accessible. So you can undo this. You can take these wings off relatively. Oh, it fits fine in that pocket. Like seriously.
Yeah.
Just get that wire. You see how it's wanting to bunch up on the top. Make sure it drops down in and make sure you're not gonna get a screw through it, okay? Because nobody likes to screw through their wire.
Yeah, it seems like a bad idea.
A screw through the wire. Okay. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we always like to show you the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. And so sometimes that leads to boondoggles. And that's exactly what we did there. But you know what? We got the job done. And I'm guessing that you guys are gonna enjoy a similar boondoggle, just like that clap. Okay, I'm gonna pause for just a second. Not pause the camera, but pause and talk about this for 2 seconds. The fit and finish on this plane is impeccable, okay? Until you get to that. Show the people a close up. It's an embarrassment.
It's pretty bunchy.
It's an embarrassment.
I don't know about embarrassment.
You can't have a beautiful build and then have, okay, first of all, why is this not bolt together? Somebody answer that for me.
Yeah, I agree. That should bolt
That is ridiculous. You go through all the trouble to make this amazing, gorgeous plane that's all bolt together except for that. Believe me, it's not that big a deal to glue this, but I gotta say, why is that not bolt together?
Yeah.
That was a big miss, okay? Also, why is there soft foam right there?
There should have been a plastic, like this should have been a plastic
This should have been all
piece,
plastic.
right? Yeah. So
yep, and they were trying to save weight because they wanted to keep the tail end from being heavy because it would throw the CG. I understand why they did what they did, but it was a miss. From my perspective, because I don't see the 14 revisions that it took to get that right.
Right.
So complaints, legitimate complaints, but even still, this is still a sweet plane, and I'm not gonna take anything away from the finished product. The fact that I'm gonna have to fight that until the glue is totally set up.
Well, and a lot of our complaints in building are only complaints once, and then like it's built.
Yeah, then
You're
it's
not going
done.
to take your plane apart and rebuild it every time.
Well, but there's a lot of people that do.
Well, they don't take them apart.
When they're 1900 millimeters, they do.
Tell your wife you need a new shed.
Okay, so getting back to the point here. This plane is really beautiful. And my point is that I was disappointed that I saw a deviation from near perfection in that clamp. Now, is it within the realm of Avios and within the realm of an H-King model, within the realm of, just Hobby King products in general? It is, but the thing is, that's going back to the old days. This being a glue joint, that's going back to the old days. We're trying to get away from those old days. So just hold that in the back pocket, okay? Full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. Not trying to beat them up, just trying to point out realities that you guys are gonna have to deal with. This is gonna be a huge wing, holy cow. Okay, so I just put this canopy back on thinking I gotta put the wings on, but then I'm like, no, I gotta put that thing on first. This is just got me nervous because there's so much that's riding on 2 screws. There's a lot of stuff going on.
They're big screws.
I know, and I gotta cram it all through this tight hole. Ordinarily that would be fun, but
Do you need some help?
I mean, if you're offering, but I'm gonna have to tape this up or something, hun. This is not gonna go without step back. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna have to tape this up. There's no way I'm getting that thing through. I wonder if I could like put it in a bag. I just need the tip to be protected as it goes in, right?
Yeah, but it's gonna have to be pretty small.
Well, I know this bag is not very big. So what if we did this? What if we just put it in a Ziploc bag? Too bad I don't have like millions of them in a storage area in our building, in our house. So we're gonna tape that, and then that's gonna feed it through.
Want me to hold that?
Well, I mean, you can hold it if you want, but...
Well, you just had it folded up nicely, so it was
I just need to put tape on it to hold the tail, okay?
Yeah.
Then when that gets down to the destination end, we'll untape it. Does everybody understand what I'm trying to do here? Mm-hmm. No, I'm not trying to prevent Terminator from happening in the first place.
What? I'm having a reference mismatch today.
Robotic birth control. This is just to get the thing in, okay? Jeez, you made me explain that. Do you know me?
I do, but sometimes...
Goodness gracious.
We all know I was more sheltered than you.
Okay, so we're just gonna slide this in. That is making it quite easy to feed. And that thing is gonna come out here, and I'm gonna have to grab it. So like, this is gonna be the 7-hand job.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know though, it's so thick right there. Like I can't get that through right there. There's too much going on right there.
Yeah, no.
You know what it is?
What?
Step back. Thank you. It's too thick right there, and I got too many different connectors all at the same time at the same spot. I gotta separate some of the connectors. Okay, now we'll try again. Guys, this is the sort of thing that you watch a build video for, so that you can see like, hey, there is gonna be genuine concerns. This is where they are. And I'm not saying that you can't get past it. I'm not saying that we're not gonna get this done. We're gonna get it done, for sure. It's just kind of like, yeah, just be prepared for a little bit of a challenge. Okay, I got the small child through the hole.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna like let go of that. I'm gonna grab by the nacelle. Now, one other thing too that I just gotta say, part of the, get your hand out of there, OBGYN. One of the reasons that I'm so careful when I do these builds is because I want these planes to look as good as they can look. And if part of the assembly process causes me to undermine the ultimate look of the plane, I'm not okay with that.
Right.
I want this thing to look amazing if I follow the lack of instructions to build it. Okay, I'm gonna need some help probably on this step here. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to get these 2 giant bolts. There's 2 giant bolts, looks like 2mm drive still. I just gotta make sure that dongle is my dongle all the way through?
Yeah.
Is it in?
It is.
It is so hard to tell.
I don't even know how to help you.
Hey, do you remember that thing I said earlier about boondoggles?
Yeah.
This is probably another one of them. It's not especially difficult, it's just very awkward. Oh. You were right the other day, 2.5mm. It is not starting.
I can't see.
That is starting.
Now it's starting.
So I had to lift it to a specific angle. Now it's not spinning. Now I can get my body under here.
To see?
I'm gonna walk this back and forth a little bit. There's just a small little tiny lip. That's all you've got to help guide it in. That's why we have wing struts. The wing struts are gonna absolutely be necessary on this model because like it's gonna literally hold that wing square. Like if you don't have them, it's not gonna, it'll rip the thing off. Seriously. Well, I mean, eventually. Now this is an appropriate bearing surface. You see it's large, it's spread out. It takes the weight, the pressure from these 2 screws, which I have to give them credit. That's definitely a hex drive. That's nice. I prefer hex drives over a Phillips. Gosh, we just did a plane the other day. It was all Phillips screws. I can't talk about it yet because you guys are going to see this first. And I'm like, what are you thinking? All Phillips? What? Did we go like in a time machine here?
I didn't know
this comes from Brian Phillips.
I was going to say, I didn't know you had such an aversion to Phillips.
Screws. When I could have a hex drive, yeah. Okay. All right, guys. I mean, it's on there. Now we just got to figure out how to put this crap on. And guys, I got to say, low piece count, but the pieces are complicated. They're not super easy to put together. They're quick. And by the way, I mean, this toolless to take off the wingtips, but I am not putting these on. Not right now, because I'm not crazy.
Okay.
I think we're pausing at the plane stand. Okay, so while the camera crew was gone, going to the bathroom, I taped this because it was driving me nuts.
Seriously?
Yeah.
I left for 3 seconds.
You peed that quick?
And you put 4 holes and tape in it.
Well, I mean, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
Okay.
And look, it's open back up. Even with the tape. That is annoying. So I gotta say, I'm just like rather disappointed by that. And you know what's gonna happen is it's gonna be just fine. It's gonna set up, it's gonna be no problemo. But it's just irritating because I'm about 99.9% certain this is why they sent this now.
But
that's so thin though. What? But what? Maybe this is also designed to go here as a touch-up.
When you set it on the plane stand and the back is resting on here, is it gonna?
That's why I was thinking about that while you were going to the restroom. I was thinking we might not even want the plane stand. We might want to put it on the wing carefully so we don't damage the nacelles. Except this thing is just awkward to work with.
It is awkward.
Some planes are that way. And there's not a whole lot you can do. It doesn't fit.
Do you want me to?
Oh my goodness, there's no easy way. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I don't know if you guys can tell what's going on, but I keep hitting the bubble top, the canopy things in the back. If you've ever had one of these and you don't know how to adjust it, there's 2 ways. A, you have to put some sort of like a dry lubricant on here, like baby powder. And it does work, it works flawlessly. But it's, when they're new, you can barely adjust them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like impossible. Okay. So where are we now? We're on the inside. Okay,
now
good.
You're on the inside. That looks good.
All right, now we're not too bad.
Okay.
Crisis avoided. Barely.
For now.
I don't know if that was avoided. Okay, so we have the V and we have the 1 and we have the V and we have the 2. Is there a V somewhere on there? There's a 1 and there's a 2. So that does not fit. Okay, does that fit? That does not fit. That does fit. That does fit. Okay? So that's 1. Then V. That seems like it will fit. Okay? Is this one better? That one does not fit. This one fits here. Okay? So the V goes up there.
Okay.
Right? So then 2 and V, which did you notice that it's mirrored?
Yeah, it did.
So they forgot when they were making their mold to mirror the letter. Okay? That does fit. And that does fit. Okay, so that was pretty easy to figure out. Let's do the side that's easier first.
Which side is easier?
The side that's not going to be a boondoggle.
So the side where I am now?
Why do you look at me like I don't know the word boondoggle?
Because I've never heard you use that word in 20 years.
You've never heard me use the word
I
boondoggle?
don't think so.
I think you're exaggerating.
Never.
That is really feeling not like a good fit. That screw scares me. It's a self-tapping screw, so I know it is correct empirically because there's only so many screws here.
Yeah.
But it's like, oh man, that would have been nice to have a machine screw with a nut zert. Ooh, that's, look at the play on there. Is that bigger?
Is that like a, thank you.
You're welcome. Do you want to tell the people where I put that?
No.
Why?
I can guess.
Leave it in the comments where I put
you
the tape.
stuck the tape.
Where would you put the tape on your camera crew while she was using her hands to hold the camera? Because you could.
Al will know the answer.
Be nice, Al.
It's Family Channel. Al.
Look at that. That is a really nice fit, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so what the heck, guys? We have a more or less invisible fitment here.
Yeah.
And it's perfect. But then up there on the top where it is visible,
Yeah.
that seemed like a kind of a strange, well, whatever. I mean, sometimes things work out better than you want. Let's test the tires. Yeah, rock hard. Just kidding, everybody. This is Brian Phillips RC, where we point out the things that really don't matter so that you can make your decision on purchasing it or not. And I gotta say, if you wanna help support Brian Phillips RC, as always, we say this a million different times and people like genuinely do not believe us. We don't care if you buy this one or the next one. We just want you to be in the hobby. We want you to be enjoying it. We want you to be flying with us and not just living vicariously through us. But if you're gonna do the vicariously living through it, you might as well click the bell for notifications when you subscribe to Brian Phillips RC so that you can be notified of all the new content that comes on a routine basis, because we come a lot here. All right, guys, there it is. That's tight.
That's nice.
Very good fitment. This one's not a very good fitment, though. I'm disappointed by that. It actually pressed out. So this might be bowed. So I'm gonna release the pressure and then I'll pull it tight. I didn't really get it up there all the way. So there it is.
It didn't quite cover that little.
No, it didn't. Get in there close so they can see. I don't think they can see that. Yeah, zoom in. Like 16 times.
No, right there, where the.
Zoom in more.
You can't.
Just a little bit more.
Terrible.
Just right there, right there.
There's a reason you're not the camera crew. I want to see your ugly finger.
All right, guys, we're gonna spin this around. As always, the vertical stabilizer on this plane is not super tall, but by the time you get the belly of the beast here and you get that, it gets pretty big, okay? I'm genuinely like weirded out by this. I do not know how the heck we're gonna do the steerable. I'm thinking about this, like there's gonna be some creative solution that is gonna help us get the action from the rudder to this thing. And I have no clue where it's gonna come from, because it is very evident that there is an assembly that has to be built right there for the steerable water rudder.
And hopefully it doesn't need to go in the tail.
But you know what's gonna take care of water rudderage?
What?
Differential thrust.
Yeah, true.
I mean, all joking aside, it will do it. But the yaw authority from two inboard engines is gonna be limited. You know, compared to like the Twin Otter, they're more outboard. These are pretty inboard.
Yeah, they are.
It's like having differential thrust on an F-14 or something, which I did once. That was pretty cool. That was a long time ago. People probably don't even remember that. That was a Hobby King. It wasn't actually Hobby King, it was like R-Tech, but they sold it at Hobby King.
I remember that.
That F-14, I flew it for the firefighters that came over where we used to fly, and they were all bored, so they were like, hey, and we're like, oh, I suppose you're here to kick us out. And they were like, nope, we're here to watch you fly. And I was like, okay, score. And then when we were done, they were like, yeah, let's show the kids the fire truck and stuff. They came in the fire truck. They all piled out of the fire truck. Like, no, you're not gonna stop. You gotta keep flying now, we're here. So we were like, yes, we will fly for the firefighters. So I flew dangerously close to low voltage protection and crashed my F-14 for the firefighters. It was funny. That F-14 was such a big turd though. Holy cow.
Yeah.
You remember the wing sweep mechanism? Like I caught the servo on fire.
I remember that.
I remember that too. That was like such a mess. That was still cool though. I still like that plane. You guys may not know this, but I could sit down and watch Top Gun right now. Top Gun 1, Top Gun 2, whatever. Even though I think...
Now I know what we're doing tonight.
Watching Top Gun? Okay, we can do that. I come home and my kids are watching Top Gun and it makes me smile.
Yes. It's our youngest favorite movie.
Like listening to the Top Gun music.
Yes.
On their tablets.
Yes.
Honestly, it's so...
Every time we're out in a store and they hear the song, they all... It's the Top Gun song.
Well, there's more than one though.
Well, but there's several that are like currently popular.
Okay. I'm talking about Top Gun 1.
I'm talking about Top Gun 2.
Okay. That was terrible fitment.
Yeah, it's weird that one side was so good and the other side was...
Well, I'm gonna try what I did again and I think it's gonna work. Okay, so now watch this. Perfect fit, fit. Nice fit, not perfect fit. I'm gonna try to back this off, see if you can walk into the foam. And it just doesn't, there's no relief. And then this screw is also shallow. See, I'm having trouble with it. So I'm gonna press, see if the nuts are, see, I'm tapped.
Yeah.
That's all the way in. So the only way I could probably resolve that would be to take this, back it out, See if I can actually take material off the inside of that. I just don't think I care that much. I think I'm just gonna torque it down. It's good enough. You don't hear Brian Phillips RC say that often.
No.
Good enough is not in my vocabulary.
Nope. Never.
Which is true in all areas of life.
Yes.
All right, so yeah, can you fly it without the wings on? You would have terrible roll authority.
Probably not.
Your Flapperons. You would have yaw authority. You could fly us to 3-channel. You just have to go really fast. This thing is already huge, and I already have the wings on.
I know.
Which is pretty cool. Okay, now I'm gonna put it on the plane stand. Here's why. I wanna put pressure on that joint while it sets up a little bit.
Yeah.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Because it's gonna split the bottom?
Because I don't wanna fight this while I'm trying to figure out this tail thing. Okay, guys, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Okay, that would be this bag of goodies right here.
We're not gonna put the wings on yet?
I want to talk about the elephant.
Okay.
First. Here's the elephant in the room. I have no freaking clue how to do the water rudder. I mean, I think I have a pretty good idea of how it's supposed to go. Okay, so let me tell you what I think is going to happen. Obviously, this is going to, go somehow like this. It's probably going to go so that it can swing down. Okay, so this is going to. Oh, does that spin? There's nothing on there to spin it. What the heck? So what do you use, like strings? Because look, this is redonkulous. There's all this crap here. I guarantee you that this has a spring on it so it can like center it. See, there's a bite point on either side. That definitely goes right there. You pull out that screw, it goes over the top. Then this thing goes in there, yeah? It goes in there, maybe? Okay. And then if you're landing on the ground, this'll, nope. Guys, what I'm trying to say is like, I don't know how the heck this is supposed to work because it looks like this would more or less get out of the way, but it doesn't have enough clearance. And then there is another assembly. There's a screw that can go through here. This is threaded, this is not. So this passes through the assembly. This is where having instructions is kind of handy because I got to admit, like this is definitely, I might be getting this wrong, okay? Because this is not like an exact science. And my guess is we're going to be stealing action from back here is the way I think this is going to work. See, and you got to have that mounted first, so you got to do it in order. That's why it's not built right now, okay?
Oh, okay.
And then look, we've got this thing. That's going to steal action from something else. And I am pretty sure that that servo is right there. So that servo is going to move and then it's going to be mounted to this somehow. Gosh, this is too much guesswork for me to get it right. And you see this take off here is going to probably go to one of those holes. So maybe this is going to go in here somehow, and then this is going to bite that. But I just don't understand exactly how all that's going to happen. Guys, I don't often say this, but I am not sure how to do this. So I would rather not tell you completely wrong and have you crash your plane because of it.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm not going to be dependent on a water rudder, but they do have a water rudder in this kit. I just really don't understand how this works. So if I come up with a aha moment, then I'll share it, but I would not hold your breath on it.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, so pause. I'm going to work on this for a second. So I pulled this screw out, just this screw that was here, and it's this short screw. It doesn't even fit through this hole, okay? So you see, it's just like, I'm going to have to drive it in there to the extent that I'll be stripping either the screw or the hole to open it up. So I don't even think that's correct. I think if you take this out, this does slide on there and it is allowed to freely move. So that might be the way that the water rudder works. And then it might be that the spring goes here so that it keeps it kind of in position, but you can't land with that there. you would have to depend on full water penetration, because if you land, it's gonna rip the thing off. It's gonna rip this whole thing out.
Right.
Okay, and so based on where that pivots from, you would have to do all sorts of modifications to make that work. Now, if it was mounted this way, which is a little bit different, then that might be another way. And you can see where this is gonna pivot, okay? But then my concern is, okay, so if that's it, you still don't free the bottom of the plane. So if you're landing grass ops, then this is not an option. You cannot use it that I know of, because I cannot conceive of a place where that would mount. So what I'm gonna do is I am gonna go ahead and put the screw back in. They do say that this is optional. So at least they say that it's optional, because it is very optional. Now that being said, we're not gonna need it because of differential thrust. Differential thrust is going to, in fact, allow us to yaw the aircraft on the ground. And that's gonna be indifferent to the water having a rudder in it or not. And then I see this and I see this assembly and I think, oh, good God. What's gonna happen is this will more than likely be working in tune with this somehow. And I'm just like, oh God, that is gonna be so complicated. So I'm not excited about the prospect of having to build that. Now, the other thing too is, it is possible that all that stuff happens inside of here and you have to do it before you actually install this. The other thing too is, keep in mind, and this is just as a reminder because I do not know for sure, is if you flip this thing over, there's an access hatch on the top. And I want to show you what the access hatch has under it, which I'm guessing this access hatch has something to do with that assembly and how to actually run it, okay? Because this is above where that system goes, okay? So we open the access hatch, and as you can see, if you look in there, I can't see yet, so I have to be able to see. There is a place for an optional servo. Show them in there. Oh. So what I'm trying to say is, this is an optional, meaning you gotta buy parts to do it, okay? So when you see the water rudder, sure, it comes with the components, but it does not come with the components. It comes with a few of the components, if that makes sense. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put this back where it belongs, which is right in this bag. Along with all that, it comes with all that weird hardware that's gonna be specific to this plane. An additional servo is certainly not a big deal, but why would you waste the trouble when you have differential thrust? I would 100% just do differential thrust. Also, this is designed to receive a servo actuated gun turret up front, so you can pivot the gun turret, which is pretty sweet. In our case, we've chosen not to use the servo actuated gun turret. But at some point, we are gonna put the gun in. I'm just fearful that it's gonna be like the first thing to break off. And this is just solid foam, I believe. So we should just be able to pierce it in. And we can pierce it in wherever we want it to be pointed.
No, you can see through there.
Oh, you can? Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry. That is lit. Oh, so cool.
Oh,
that's really cool. Okay. Well, I guess in that case, we can just leave the light on.
So we'll just wait on that then.
So we'll wait on this because I don't know where that's gonna go then.
Yeah.
See, because this would be an option if you wanna have a turret, and then you can slide that into the foam, okay? Oh. So I guess for now, we're gonna leave that second separate for now, okay? So that leaves us at, we're ready to put on props, so we'll go ahead and do that now. We already know the direction that they move, and so we've already marked our props. We did that at the very beginning when we were doing some of the setup, and you're probably thinking, why are you putting props on before you put the wings on? Because it's easier to get to them. When you get a big plane like this, it can be difficult to do all this stuff with a long wing, so do as much of it as long as you be safe. So it says left, so when this spins, to pull the plane forward, okay, this is my right hand, this is the left side of the plane. Okay, so it's got a hexagonal drive. So we're gonna slide this back. Look at the fitment there.
That's nice.
See, I come back to full circle. What the heck?
Yeah.
Why? Is that silver tape supposed to go over it when it's done?
I don't know.
Okay, so super easy installation of the props. Not a very, like, super close match on size, but it's close enough for what we're doing. Okay, then that's gonna spin like this. Now keep in mind, look where the battery is. Wow, guys. You're gonna be straight up in that business, okay? So don't get your hands chopped off. I mean, and I say that, all joking aside, I am totally dead serious on this. You're gonna be right up in the middle of that prop, okay? So this might be one of the very few planes where I actually tell you, don't like install the props until you're ready, okay? As you know, we make a point of installing the props ahead of time, but this might not be the time to do it, okay? We've already historically seen that the servo signal has to be quite a bit off of 0 before it starts because we did test ours, okay? So also in a pinch, you could run an extension cord out to actually test it out here if you're in any doubt. Because I mean, look where this is, guys. Look at that. Look how close that is to where your hand is. Okay, all right, let's see how these wings, the wing install is gonna be the easiest part of this install, okay? There's no tools needed, you just slide them in, okay, hypothetically. Okay, a little bit of foam I gotta work through. On the first go round, I'm gonna carefully move this out of the way. Camera crew, you wanna get, so you can see what's going on here. See this? I'm kind of cleaning this foam out with my fingertip. Okay. I'm gonna actually go like this first, just so I can work that in there. Now that it's in there, should be no problem. And remember, sometimes the first time, it's a little bit tight. Okay. Ah! Get in there. Okay, all right, so we're in. Now I'm gonna let this pivot if it does. Oh, goodness gracious, there was no middle ground there. It was like all or nothing.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna put the other one on quick before I damage whatever that serverless retract looks like. Same thing, this one's got cleaner holes, so I don't think I'm gonna have a problem like I did on the other side. This is going into aluminum rods, by the way. So now I can pivot this, let it slip into the center position. And let's just grab, see, I'm just trying to avoid pushing on moving parts, guys. I'm not feeling it click. That is not clicked. Show the people.
Oh. Okay.
This is also not clicked.
Okay.
Okay, so watch. I'm gonna grab the nacelle. Show the people. It's not clicked.
No.
Okay?
It's not.
Now, the fact that it's not clicked, this is kind of a big deal, okay? You know, when wings aren't clicked in. Now, there will be some yaw on this wing. There will be some centripetal force that could pull this wing off in flight. I think it's gonna be no big deal once we get it in there. The pins are definitely lined up good. I don't have any problems with the serial connector. Oh, good Lord. There's just nothing to hang on to. I'm just trying to see if there's a place where maybe there's a little bit of buildup of residual extra foam that's gonna prevent it from pushing in all the way. But I'm looking at the light through this seam and I've got no light in the center, which means that there's not much in the way. I know what I wanna do, and what I wanna do is I wanna take the plane off the plane stand, put it on the ground and press down. But it just makes me super nervous with these retracts.
Yeah.
Does it make you nervous too?
Yes, it does.
Okay, well, in that case, the other thing I could do is I could open the gear, put the gear down, then I could press hard against the wing to get my first purchase. I think it's gonna be worse the first time than it will be on normal circumstances. But you see how this kind of moves?
Yeah.
And the problem is this foam is soft enough that when you press hard, you'll make a mark on it. And I definitely want to get it snapped all the way in. I'm not going to be okay with just leaving it halfway.
Right.
Oh, that is scary, guys. I'm pushing extremely hard.
Is there a way to push that clip like up or something so that it wants to go in easier?
I'm gonna have to flip it upside down so we can visually inspect it again, okay?
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I gotta put that canopy on so that I can do that. Let's put this canopy back on. And by the way, this release hatch is way back here, okay? You get into some of these detailed planes, there's just like nuances that you have to work around. I gotta say, I mean, the thing is huge and awesome, but
yeah.
I'm a little bit nervous. I mean, you can't make a beautiful plane and get people to get butthurt about damaging them during assembly. That'd be me, because I will be. Okay, so you see this? That's the release. It's not all the way in, okay? And you see this? When I press, I've got that movement there. Mm-hmm. I need to press against the wing somehow. You see what? Oh, there it is. I got it. Okay, so do you see there was just a special spot where I could grab, like it was a reinforced spot right here. There's a reinforcement, 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 reinforcement. Oh, that's the right. That's a joke, guys. I could tell it was obviously the right because there's only one wing that'll fit. Oh man, but this is just gonna get squished the first couple of times. See, and that's the thing, if there was an inboard flap, I think that's why they stayed away from the inboard flap. Because it would have required a mechanical connection here. But how sweet would that have been? Maybe there wasn't in real life. I want to go from like here and push, because that's where we need it. But I don't want to yank this down and break it. Okay, what if I hug from this side? Look how close it is. Look how close that is. Dang, that's irritating. See, I'm like bending the wing to do it. I hate that. There's like so many places you can't grab this plane. Okay, I'm gonna try going from the other side.
Okay.
All right, guys, this is the real RC experience on Brian Phillips RC. If you like what you're seeing, even though it's annoying, smash the like button, give us some kudos, because yes, it would be easy to just clip all this crap out and tell you how amazing these planes are and leave all this stuff out. That's what pretty much everybody else does. Well, not everybody else does that, but a lot of them on YouTube do this. You guys see what's going on? That will not snap in. So this little point right there, I'm struggling big time to get it through. I'm a strong guy. I just can't get the dang thing to clip in there. So you're gonna probably have this issue too. I guarantee you will. Okay. So that tab has to make it about an eighth of an inch, not that much. Probably 1/16 of an inch. Oh, good Lord, it's so close. And I can't bring myself to just mar this all up. Okay, so what if I do this? Aileron all the way forward. See, I can't press on there. There's just nothing there. It's not gonna take much once I get it.
No.
See if I could run this aileron the other way. There's just nothing to hang on to, folks. All right, we'll pause. All right, so the camera crew's running out of battery, so we gotta get this build done. So basically what we're doing is we're just trying all these different angles and get over here so that they can see this spot right there. I just wanna see this spot. As I'm pressing, you can see that it just doesn't quite move it. It's not there it goes. Now, go back there, go back 5 feet. I'm bending this wing like that to get it to go in.
Yeah.
Not a good look. Whew, but it's in. So they're both in, and they're in there pretty solid now. They should be really easy to release, but I'm not letting that thing out now.
No.
What an absolute beauty. The build was a giant pain in the butt, but I think it's gonna be worth it because this thing is sweet looking. Okay, now, what do you have to look forward to in the Unbox build radio setup? Obviously the radio setup is left. Okay, we're gonna set up the Flapperons, we're gonna set up all the radio stuff, we're gonna land all the cables. We already did some of the initial settings, but our battery is about to die. So we'll come right back in a few minutes, get some cleanup done, and we'll see you on the flip side. All right, so we're back. Battery's been restored, and now we need to set up the transmitter to talk to the radio. And this plane has some different nuances. Obviously the differential thrust, hopefully reverse thrust, which we don't know for sure we can actually do or not yet. And of course, Flapperons, which are going to be ailerons that act together to go down together as flaps and still continue to act as ailerons, or to go up and act as spoilerons and continue to act as ailerons. That would be a spoileron. So in order to do that, we need an extra channel for these. They've already been separated and wired and marked as we needed. We also landed the cable earlier for the micro pH connector that goes in to feed our telemetry data here on this port on the AR8360T. Now, in order to get this set up, we have to get it set up building a profile in the transmitter, but we are ultimately going to have to wire all this in. But as you can see, we still have a bag of wires in here, okay? So the bag of wires, of course, is going to have to come undone, and we're going to have to free all these cables. We use this just to feed it in through a relatively narrow chase. So what I'm going to try to do is see if I can just slide it off, which I can, good. And that's going to free up access to the individual cables, okay? So all these seats have to be landed somewhere, and we don't actually know where anything's going to plug in yet. We could make some good educated guesses if we wanted, but at this point it's really irrelevant because we need a profile to tell us where to plug these in, okay? So in order to set up the profile, we're going to go ahead and start on the transmitter before we even worry about physically mounting or locating any of the wiring on here. While this boots, you can see that it says minus, plus, and S. It's silk screened on top of a raised portion, so even if yours is rubbed off, you can tell if you look really close, minus, plus, S. So this one is going to be the light colored pin, so it'll be the white. Red's going to be in the middle, and then black will be on the bottom, or alternatively, it's going to be orange, red, and then brown on the bottom, okay? Either way, should be pretty straightforward, okay? So we're going to come right back. All right, so we're going to hit cancel and back, and then we're going to scroll down to add new model. And at add new model, we're going to create this, which is an aircraft or an acro type, okay? So it's going to take a second for that to happen. And obviously our objective is to just figure out which pins to land all these on. So of course the first port is the bind program or SRXL2 port, which we almost never use. And now that we have these physical push buttons for the bind button, and then channels 1 through 8 will be the usable channels, the pluggable channels as I call them, okay? All right, so now we're in system setup. We already did model select, model type was already set. Now model name. So this is 245 colon, and then we're going to type in the word Catalina, PB, whatever that says there. Can you read that for me?
PBY-5.
Okay. So we'll try to type that in and come right back. All right, so we've got Catalina PBY-5A 1.9 meter. Okay. Aircraft type, this is where it gets a little bit strange because we have to set up Flapperons. So that's one way you could do it, or the way we've configured, you could also set up dual ailerons. But if you're going to do dual ailerons, you might as well do Flapperons because you can do all the features, I believe, that dual aileron supports with Flapperons, but you just get the addition of the flap menu, okay? The tail is obviously normal, even though it's a T-tail, sort of like a mid-tail sort of thing, it doesn't change anything in terms of the setup. Now, there is one thing in here that I've never used before, but somebody brought to my attention. We can set up 2 engines. And I'm going to select an image. I think that's close. I know there's not a Catalina in here. There might be like a Twin Otter or something, I thought. That's close enough for me. And then next. Switch one, multi-engine. I don't know what this does, so I don't want any switches. Throttle 1, throttle 2, link position 1. That's still 0. I don't know what that does. I've never actually done this before, but I just had somebody bring it to my attention recently. And so I'm just going to leave it there. So throttle 2, and then throttle, and throttle 2. Okay, not really sure what that's going to do for us, but I have been told it might be helpful. If it doesn't work, I know how to do mixing with the rudder to control differential thrust, but we'll try that this time and see what happens. Then flight mode setup, I want to set up on switch D. And we'll go ahead and go to spoken. And this is where we're going to type the names that we want. So I'll want AS3X up here. I want off, and I want safe here. Now these are just labels at this point, but they are going to be associated with flight modes, okay? So first things first, we'll go in here and hit cancel, cancel, and then we'll scroll in AS3X. So the letters AS3X and come right back. All right, so AS3X, and then we'll scroll way down here to get to that and come back. So there's AS3X mode. Then we're gonna set up off, which will be off for the stabilizer and off for AS3X or safe. Now keep in mind, I'm gonna use the terminology AS3X, but it's actually AS3X Plus in this case, which is a pretty big jump in superiority in terms of stabilizers go. I feel like the AS3X Plus is super locked in. It's surprising the difference. I thought it was a gimmick, and then I used it once and it was like a no-brainer, okay? So now on this one, we're gonna do safe, so sensor assisted flight envelope, and that'll be our auto leveling for us. So if you're brand new to Brian Phillips RC, we go through the entire process here so that you don't have a lot of guesswork. And that means that our videos are a little bit longer, so thanks for bearing with us. We're gonna scroll and come right back. All right, so safe mode. So then each time I switch this in normal flight mode, it is going to actually tell me an audio update, and it's gonna display this on the screen, okay? Also, every one of the switch settings that are attached to F mode or flight mode will actually have the associated labels next to them too, which is kind of nice. Now, channel assign, not sure what we're gonna have to do for some of this yet because I haven't actually set up this plane yet, but we'll get there eventually. I wanna disassociate that because I'm gonna use switch B for flaps. And I definitely know I wanna leave right knob, but I don't necessarily know that I wanna put it on that channel. I haven't decided because that's gonna be like the master gain. And I definitely don't want the levers involved because then the center tone will drive me nuts as I'm bumping those in flight, okay? So there will be eventually one of these channels will be used for thrust reverse if we can do it, okay? So it's gonna be a pluggable channel. So I think in this case, why don't we just go for channel 7? Nope, we can't do, yeah, that's gonna be probably one of our ailerons there.
Probably.
So I think we'll use channel 7 or 8. We can actually use, whoops, excuse me guys. We can inhibit that and we can inhibit that, and we can do that up here where it's not a pluggable channel. So we should be able to go to rotary knob up here. There it is. So that means we're not wasting a pluggable channel. And then channel 8, I'm gonna set to switch G, and that will not mean anything likely if thrust reverse doesn't work, okay? So there may be some small changes here, but we'll just go with that for now. Oh, and then channel assign, we do have to make an assignment eventually for what we want flight mode to control, don't we? So we can either control switch D here on just one of the unpluggable channels, so anything over 8 we'll use, or we can also scroll all the way to the left and do flight mode, okay? Mm-hmm. So flight mode is one option, and then that's gonna be subject to whatever switch we had it set to in the flight mode menu, which happens to be D for Delta, okay? So you can either set it that way, or you can toggle it, exercise it, and it'll show switch D. We'll just go ahead and choose flight mode, okay? All right, now this is another thing too. Common is one setting for trims. You can also set it to flight mode so you can have your trims different for each of the different flight modes you have set. Now, I don't do that, but I just wanted to show you where that would be if you needed to do it, okay? Also, there may be some additional setup that I haven't quite worked out for the differential thrust, and that's gonna specifically tie into throttle cut, okay? So throttle cut's gonna be on switch H. I'm not sure how this is gonna work also because there will be a second throttle. I don't know where the second throttle is gonna be plugged in yet. We haven't made that assignment yet, but it is going to be plugged in somewhere. I just don't know yet where that's gonna be. Probably on aux 2, since we are not using aux 3 for anything yet except for switch G. Mm-hmm. So I suppose what we need to do is at some point we're gonna have to figure out how to actually control. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to channel, I'm gonna go back to system setup, disconnect RF, I'm gonna go back to channel assign, and then on aux channel 7, I'm going to go ahead and set that to throttle 2, because I think there's a thing in here called throttle 2 now. There's throttle, and I don't know where throttle 2 would be, if it even exists, or if it's just throttle as well. Ah, throttle 2. Look at that. Okay, pretty cool. So we'll just walk out of there right now. So we know channel 7 is going to have throttle 2. The other thing is, I want to see how this works. So if I scroll over, throttle cut is on, and as you can see, the throttle 2 is not moving. Now, when I undo the throttle cut, look, they both spring to life. So regardless of the condition, there's no mixing for thrust reverse or differential thrust rather, but they're both locked down when this condition is true, okay? So that's pretty cool. Then also, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and set up some mixing right now. This one's gonna be normal. It's gonna be, throttle is already mixed to that, so I'm gonna go rudder to throttle, and it's gonna be at a certain rate, okay? So I'm just gonna set up the rate of like, okay, that's way too much. Let's just say it's 25% and 25%. Let's see what happens. Now remember, we're looking at this throttle, only this throttle. When I move the rudder, this throttle should be moving, but it's not because throttle cut's on. Now with throttle cut off, see how it's moving? It's moving the throttle position, okay? And that's good. So then when I put on the throttle cut, you can see it's locked at -100 and it stays put. So then what I need to do is I need to just make a second mix. And this is going to be normal, and it's going to be throttle 2. So I have to scroll way over to the right. All the auxes. And there's going to be a throttle 2. And it's possible that you might have to go by what it actually is, right, hun?
Oh, the aux channel.
Because I didn't see throttle 2, did you?
So it'd be aux 2.
I'm just surprised I'm not seeing it. See how it says throttle? It doesn't give you any, it's not like there's another one down here that says something. So yeah, so we're gonna have to go to aux 2 then. So aux 2, oh, excuse me. You know what? That's actually rudder. That's rudder. The input side is rudder, and then the output side is throttle, which is probably why we didn't see it. So all the way to the right, and we'll see if we see it somewhere on here. So aux 2, and I still haven't seen throttle 2. So it is aux 2, okay? Okay, so now throttle cut's on. With throttle, that's not moving, and that's not moving. Good. Now, this mix is, oh, it's 0%. So I gotta see if this is true. 25 and 25. Now that might be too much, by the way. See, aux 2 is not moving, good. So now watch what happens, the throttle cut's off. Now it goes, one of them is gonna have to be backward, okay? So I don't know which way this is gonna need to be, but this is probably gonna need to be negative. Oh, you know what? That's because we only want one throttle to really, well, we do want it forward and backward. But we just, I don't know if I want to do minus or if I want to do plus. So let's do -25 and see what happens. Because remember, one of them is going to pull it one direction and one's going to pull it the other way, okay? So now when I move this stick and I'm out of throttle cut, you can see now they're going in opposite directions. So if this is a regular throttle, that's going to be one of them, and then the other one's going to go the other way. We don't know which way it's going to be yet because we haven't played with it. But I just want to make sure when the throttle cut's on, it locks that position. And so far, so good. Okay, so we can depend on that. Like I said, this percentage might be too much right now, though. So we'll find out if that's going to work. Now, the other thing you can do that's pretty easy is you can make that differential thrust tied to a switch condition. So like you can turn off differential thrust if you wanted. And then you could actually set another differential thrust, which is much greater for like traveling on the water.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so you could set that for a certain condition where you want a little bit more, okay? So that's quite a little bit easier than what we did the last time, okay? So then flap system, we're gonna attach to, I don't know why my scrolly's being kind of weird these days. Okay, so I don't know what direction I want this to go, so I'm just gonna leave this neutral. 0% is the center on spectrum, and we don't want any elevator correction yet, so we'll talk about that here in a little bit. And then I want this speed to be 2 seconds. And this is a pretty big plane. We might even want it longer than that. And then mixing, we're not doing any of that. Timer, we're gonna set the timer to, gosh, I don't know, 5 minutes is probably fine. With anything over 25 seconds or 25% starting the timer. At 1 minute, I want a voice call out. At 20 seconds, I want nothing. At 10 seconds, I want tone and vibrate. Excuse me, at 10 seconds, I want a voice call out. And then I want a tone and vibrate with a tone every minute thereafter. That's just gonna help keep me honest because this is the first time we will have flown this plane. I'm assuming we're gonna get quite a bit better than 5 minutes flight time, but we'll also have telemetry giving us feedback. Okay, a couple things to keep in mind. Our hand is gonna be really close to this when we do get started, so we just wanna be real careful, and we'll secure the plane here. Worst case scenario, we have to wait for the battery to die before we can get in there and set it up. Throttle cut is on, okay? So we can step over here, throttle, right aileron, elevator, rudder, gear, left aileron, and then gear. Let's talk about this. The gear should be up right now. The gear should be down right now. So you can see the condition switching. We don't know what direction it's gonna be as it manifests in reality. Okay, so we're gonna have to play with that once we get in. But just remember, gear up, gear down. Normally on a retract enabled plane, you want the gear down when you're handling it. Well, in this plane, you kind of want the gear up until you're ready to launch it in the water, okay? So that's kind of a little bit different condition. And then of course we have the ailerons are going to be functioning. They're going the same direction on this menu, which doesn't mean much. Once the throttle cuts off, then we're gonna have differential thrust. In addition to throttle, we're gonna have changes on both sides depending on the condition that we're flying. So if we're flying, then it's gonna increase. We can actually tell right here, if this throttle is the left, it doesn't matter yet. We have to just see how it works. We're just gonna flush it out in real life, okay? Because we don't know what direction it's gonna go. We'll just have to play with that once we get it in. All right, so then when we're all said and done, we'll do forward programming, but we're gonna have these things totally safe to where we can trust them. We're gonna have all the rest of the settings done. Thrust reverse at that point should technically be found out as well. So for that reason, because we have big props and in relatively close proximity, I'm gonna make sure to move everything over here so it's out of the way. And I don't want things to get like blown into the props, which sounds like a little bit overkill, but it is something that can happen. So I'm just gonna move things out of the way. In terms of cable management, we've still got our 4 steps here, both bent tips and straight tips, and they're really handy. And I'm not even gonna think about mounting that thing until I have all the wires landed. Okay, all right, so first things first, I wanna make sure I'm not hamstringing myself with a giant cluster of wire any more than absolutely necessary to get the job done, okay? So the first thing I know for sure I gotta do is I got a lamp plug that has to be landed with the other lamp plug, okay? So we already know that's gonna lengthen this cable, okay? And so this one has brown down. Brown is up, so I'll rotate this one. Plug that in. So you can see there's no signal cable on this, it's just stealing power from the circuit, okay? So that's lamp, okay? So lamp is gonna get plugged in somewhere to something, okay? It doesn't matter what, it just needs to plug into something, okay? That doesn't actually have a principal function as something else might. So you could actually plug that into your blind plug if you're not using it, because we'll still have power there, okay? So then the next one I'm grabbing is the elevator, just because it happens to come to my fingers first. And if you look down at the screen, that's channel 3, or
yes,
channel 3. Okay, so plug that in with the orange going up. Okay, so over here you can kind of see it lined up, minus, plus, and S. Okay, so what's next? Looks like throttle 1. And of course, now we're to the point where we're getting hamstrung by the length of the cables, okay? So that doesn't surprise me, but I just wanna make sure that I'm not making any of the tangle and dangle worse. So I'm gonna be careful to pull this tangle out as I get them. So throttle 1 is gonna be the first throttle. As far as now look, I'm separating this wire back. This is gonna go to channel 2.
Channel 1.
It's channel, okay, so channel 1, but it's the second port. Pay attention, please. So right there, so it's the first port, but it's the second plug, okay? Then channel 8 is eventually gonna have a Y cable if this works. So this is where I need to just go ahead and be proactive, get into my Y cables. I'm looking for a simple Y cable that I can use, something like this. Very basic, very simple. Okay, we can't use the normal clasps that would hold on to stuff, even though I'd like to. The singular cable's not gonna get held in, okay? So this is good enough. So remember, this is just signal. So I'm just gonna plug in the signal to this thing, okay? So you can see it's just like a single plug, okay? So then this one is gonna go to, hypothetically, to the G switch. So the G switch is on aux 3, okay? So aux 3, channel 8. So the yellow would have plugged in there, but we need 2 of them, so we got a Y cable. Okay. Then we have the next one that goes into my fingers is going to be whatever this is, which is the rudder. Okay. So rudder is going to plug into the
channel 4.
Channel 4. Okay. So channel 4 is under here by the elevator. Okay, so I'm just running that in. And I like to keep these labels back a little bit from the actual plug point. Now I have another throttle here, and this throttle is quite short now. It's, my timer's about to go off. If you guys just ignore that, it won't mean anything to us. Those cables ended up being short, okay? So we're gonna have excess on everything else. Not a big problem, but just a little bit annoying. So this is the right aileron. Where's the right aileron, camera crew?
Right aileron would be port 2.
Okay, so I'm untangling. I'm untangling this. It's gonna go to port 2. So under here, and just trying my best for cable management as we go. Okay, so there's port 2. Trying to keep all my labels close so that I can tell where things are plugged in. I still need to get this little plug, which needs to go back to, that's gonna shorten the length of everything. So I'm gonna go back to that. So this is the gear. So the retracts, of course, in this case are the floats.
Channel 5.
Channel 5. Mm-hmm. So not uncommon on a lot of these models in Spectrum World. Okay, when I say Spectrum World, and by the way, I just wanna point out something. I got between my pins on that. It was not plugged in, okay? Then I have one more that's kind of hanging down here that goes way up to the front, and that's gonna be my left aileron.
So that's gonna be channel 6.
So right after the gear.
Right after the gear.
Okay, so slide that into the 6th port. And then now we're down to the other throttle, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So I have to slide back the label so I can separate off the yellow wire. And then I've got the white going upward. Okay, so that's going to channel 7. Camera crew, if you can't see, you're gonna have to move your body because I can't be in a different position. I am locked into this position. Can you see where everything's plugged in?
Yep.
Okay, so if you went to the other side, you'd be able to see the face of it. So go to the other side. Okay, and then this is where we're plugging in.
I can't see from that side at all.
Okay, so we're gonna plug this one in. This is gonna be our yellow, which is our thrust reverse, presumably, only into the signal of this Y cable. So you can see we've got a signal wire only and a signal wire only here. Then, and this is as far out as I can get it right now to showcase this. Then we have this wire, which is gonna be our data, our telemetry. The telemetry is gonna feed our battery voltage back to the telemetry port on the receiver. And as you can see, we're starting to get real tight on length, okay? So that has to make it all the way up to the front of this. Now, I put it through that zip tie, so I know for a fact I can peel some of that back, but it's hard fought and I don't like doing that, okay? Then this will only go one direction. If it doesn't go, it's because you have it in backward. If it does go, then you have it in the right way. Now, this is quite tight and very ugly, and I don't like the way it looks at all. But the thing is, this is probably gonna be one of those planes where it just is what it is. And so we're gonna try to find a place to park it and see if there's any possibility that we can actually lay it flat. It has to be in a flat orientation, a flat. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways you can put it, but I need to make sure I can get it in there. Because sitting like this is unacceptable. Sitting like this is okay. Sitting like this is okay, but sitting like at an angle is not okay. And right now I'm on an angled plane right now. So I need to make sure it's flat. Can the people see that it's flat? You're gonna have to go to the other side. Go to the other side. You see this, guys? And it's tight, it's a tight hole, so we're doing our best to give you guys a good view of this. But you see where it is? We need to make sure that when we're all said and done, we still have room to manipulate the battery around and get everything secured so that each time that we go to fly this, it's not a battle to ensure that we're not popping cables out of the receiver, okay? So my hand is gonna be blocking a lot of what's happening because there's gotta be somebody's hands doing something in here. And unfortunately, that's gonna be mine, even though you guys are trying to see what's going on. So I'm just doing a little bit of preliminary cable management to just kind of get the bulk of the cabling back here in this cavity that is like the chase from this chimney or whatever you call that thing, okay? And you'll have this a lot of times with these monsters. They've got so many different cables on them that at the end of the day, it's kind of a huge mess by the time you're all said and done. There's not really a good way to get around it, to be honest. So if your cables look like a mess, just imagine what they would have looked like if you wouldn't have taken the prep work earlier in the project to make all this happen. I'm just basically trying to get my fingers back here so that I can force everything back into that cavity. There is a bit of a cavity back there where you can get some of these things to tuck back in. And if you can get them back there, you'll be in better shape. Now, the other thing too is there is a bit of a flat spot back here. And you can correct for just a little bit of angle, but my suggestion is don't correct too much because then you're depending on more and more software correction. And I don't like doing that, okay? So I would get it as flat as possible, and I think that's probably about where it needs to be. Now, it's gonna be incredibly difficult to screw with this once it's in here. So I'm thinking what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and make sure everything fires up before we glue it in there. And yes, I do mean glue it in there because I don't really use double-sided tape anymore. I've just gotten away from that over the years. It's been helpful, but it's not necessary. And I can get back there and hit the bind button where it is. So it's over here on the side, and that's just where it's gonna end up being. I'm tempted to just glue it now and be done with it because it's such a fiasco getting in there. But I think to do right by everybody, we're gonna go ahead and test our cabling first, okay? So in order to test the cabling, I'm actually gonna use another battery, just any battery. And the only reason we're using an any battery is just because the any battery is going to have an XT60 on it, which makes it a little easier to test. Throttle cuts on, okay? So we have confirmed the differential thrust and throttle hold work. So this is now working throttle and differential thrust, okay? I don't know if that's right, it might be backward. Throttle cuts on, we have now confirmed that it's not gonna start trying to fly, okay? So that's laid down, it's out of the way. I can secure the plane. Worst case scenario, it turns on and doesn't let go, and we have to wait for the battery to die. That's never happened in my entire experience doing this, building models, okay? So hopefully today's not the first day. There is a first time for everything, they say. All right, so undoing this Velcro, nice Avios strap. I'm gonna do my best to secure the battery in such a way that worst case scenario, we would have to sit here and hold it, or we'd have to yank it out in a safe way. I wanna be able to get to it. So you'll notice that I'm making a way to do that by holding my hands in a safe spot and energizing the circuit. Now remember, this is not actually activated because we haven't ever bound it, okay? I'm giving it a second or two to make a decision if it's gonna start. This is just noise making right now. So because I'm so close to everything, I am gonna go ahead and reach in and press the bind button. Now I see flashing. To be safe, I'm gonna hold here. I'm gonna click here, scroll down to bind. This is where things would start happening if they were going to happen. Camera crew is gonna move over to the other side. The motors are arming. We're doing auto configuration. And so now this thing is getting ready to start. Now guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we take you through the entire process start to finish because there's a million little steps involved in setting up an RC airplane. We're not gonna leave you hanging, the other guys will. That's what we do. That's why our videos are long. Smash the like button if you like getting help, okay? All right, so first things first, I'm gonna check my control surfaces. Elevator up and down, roll left and right, yaw left and right. The rudder is not working yet. I don't know why the rudder's not working. I hope it's not plugged in wrong. I trust the motors not to be spinning yet, but I do not trust them with the throttle cut off yet. Okay, I am going to carefully extract my receiver by pulling this out. I'm gonna make sure I didn't accidentally unplug the rudder. The rudder is technically plugged in from what I can tell. My issue is, that is the rudder. Okay, so it is technically plugged in. The scary part is it's also plugged in back there, okay? So everything is working. Is it just that I'm not seeing it? It doesn't appear to be moving. Okay, all right, so first things first, because I have differential thrust, there may be some extra checks and balances. I've never used the second motor feature, so let's check the direction of travels quick. I like to be lined up with the plane. It's such a big plane, I'm gonna walk around. Elevator up, elevator down. Roll left, roll right, that is correct. Yaw left, yaw right, there is no movement, so we're gonna have to fix that, obviously. Okay, so now the next thing I need to do is I need to come over here, secure the plane. I am gonna try to give some throttle here in a second, so camera crew is gonna move her body so she's where I can be helping to protect you. She's gonna be over here. Throttle cuts off. Now, throttle cuts off means this should move one of them when I yaw. Yep, so we have rudder. Is that blowing? Yes, it is. Okay, so obviously the differential thrust is working. Forward thrust appears to be working. You can see, now I'm gonna move the G switch to the opposite condition. And that's thrust reverse. And differential thrust. Okay, so thrust reverse is working, throttle cuts on. Now I'm testing full throttle, nothing, yaw, nothing. Good.
Okay.
So where we are now is the rudder is not working. The rudder is a critical control surface. We are gonna fix that. I don't know how, but we're gonna fix it. The good news is we have yaw authority still from differential thrust. We just don't have a rudder moving. It could be as bad as having to unglue this thing, okay? So it could be as good as we've got everything else right. And there's literally a connector that came undone up front. That could be still. Okay, throttle cuts off. Differential thrust, now we're testing. That is backward. So, throttle cuts back on. How do I know that's backward? Let's talk about it. Throttle cuts on. That's wrong. That would be yawing my plane that way. That would be yawing my plane that way. Oop, I'm in reverse thrust. Okay. That's forward thrust. That's forward thrust. So throttle cuts on. We need to set up reverse thrust. Okay, so in monitor mode, Reverse thrust is on switch G, which is aux 3 in this case. So minus 100 is plus forward, that's forward thrust. So now I'm gonna go into digital switch setup. I'm gonna select switch G with throttle cut on. This is gonna be minus 100, that's the forward thrust position. I would like it to be in forward, away from my belly for forward thrust, okay? Then I want reverse thrust here, which is gonna be plus 100. And we're not gonna do a pilot fatigue setting. That's where we force full reverse thrust. And then this one's gonna be scrolled all the way to plus 100 for minus or reverse thrust, okay? That is a mouthful and it sounds very confusing, but let me explain it again now that you can see it. Here is forward thrust. Let's demonstrate it. Throttle cuts off, forward thrust. There's our forward thrust. That's still backward, right? It's blowing this side, which would yaw the aircraft that way. This would yaw the aircraft that way, okay? So now, in reverse thrust, that would yaw me the wrong direction, that would yaw me the wrong direction, okay? Throttle cuts on. Now, we have thrust reverse set up, okay? So now I need to go into mixing, and all I have to do is I need to go into this, and I either change this to throttle 2 and the other one to throttle 1, or I can change these to minus and plus, okay? Just for the sake of having them in forward order, I'm gonna go ahead and set this to minus 25, and that might be too much, to be honest, okay? So this one's gonna be minus 25, and then this is gonna be plus 25, okay? And that's gonna essentially reverse the function. And that's plus or minus. It's gonna mix what the condition of the rudder is. The throttle cuts on, so you can look now. You can see the throttle and then aux 2, nothing because it's cut. Good, okay, that's what we want. Okay, so throttle cut is off. Now, that'll give us a little bit yaw. We're in reverse thrust, now in forward thrust. That's blowing this way, which would yaw the aircraft that way. That would yaw the aircraft that way. Now, if we were flying, a little bit of throttle. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and show you one other thing. One of the things I don't necessarily want is I want the rate on the positive side to be positive, a full 25, okay? Throttle cuts on. Let's go throttle cuts off, just to remind me it's off, okay?
Okay.
So you see how that's, this is aux 2. So on one direction, it's gonna go plus. On the other direction, it's gonna go minus, right? So that means that this is gonna be, when I actually am going forward, I want the throttle to engage more on one side than less on the other. So you can actually turn off this second setting and then watch what happens. So it's just on aux 2. Okay? Okay, so now when I give a little bit of throttle, when I go to this side, it shuts off that motor. And when I go to this side, it keeps that motor running more, okay? So that's because you can play with the percentages. So if I set that to nothing, now watch what happens. Throttle cuts off. Make sure you're not holding the rudder. Thank you. There's forward thrust. There's gonna be more applied. Okay, so that didn't do what I was hoping. And you wanna know why? Because one of them needs to be on the same side, okay? Okay, so now let's try this. Throttle cuts off, giving forward thrust. So that's gonna make this one blow harder. See how that's blowing harder, but this one's not changing? Same thing here. this one's blowing harder, but that one's not changing, okay? Because there is a function that's helpful on the water when you have 0% throttle. If I give a little bit of mix, it's gonna push on this one and pull that way, except it's not. Because we aren't doing an absolute position of throttle. It's just gonna give you 0 or some. Well, if you're at 30 or 40% throttle cruising, you'll take away some and you'll give some. So you have a big differential. I don't want it to take away any, or I want it to take up very little and then give a lot, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, do you follow what I'm saying? Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, so this mix, you can see this first mix, I set to -25 over there, and I set this to +25. So I wanna change this now, the same direction as that. I'm gonna call this about 1/3. Let's do 12. It's almost half. Okay, so the same direction, but different amplitude, okay? So now what we're gonna see is we're gonna see a little bit less. Okay, camera crew is gonna hold the vertical stabilizer. Okay, so now when there's a little bit of throttle, yaw left, see it slows that down. Then it picks back up. See, it slows this one down, picks that one up, which is gonna push this and slow this down. Okay, so throttle cuts on. I think that's too much. So I'm gonna go back into mixing, and this is where you just kind of have to guess and check until you're happy. So I wanna make this 5, so 1/5. And then this one's gonna be 5, like that, okay? So now, throttle cuts off, you good? Mm-hmm. So at nothing, we'll get a little bit of movement and a little bit of movement, okay? So and I'll go to monitor so you guys can see what it is. So there's like 15% throttle. So it's gonna let off the one, and it's gonna speed up the other, but it's only gonna let off the one a little bit. Okay, throttle cut's now on and it's tested. All right, so now let's check reverse thrust. That was forward thrust. Now reverse thrust is here, okay? So now it's pushing back toward us. That's gonna yaw the airplane this way. It's gonna yaw the airplane this way, okay? So that's working, and then this condition is also reverse thrust. So we'll go back to forward thrust, and we have our throttle cut on. All right, so the biggest problem we have right now is that the rudder's not working. I don't know why. We're gonna have to find out. This is the next step. That's why I didn't glue the receiver yet, because if something was going wrong. Now, we also don't have flaps set up, so we can set up flaps. I'm just afraid we're gonna forget to do the rudder. So why don't we go ahead and set up flaps real quick, because if there's anything else that needs to be looked at, we can look at that while we're inside.
Okay.
Okay, so you ready? Mm-hmm. All right, so Flapperons are a little bit different. We're gonna come back here. All right, so click and scroll down to flap system. Where the heck is flap system? Flap system. There it is. Okay, so on switch B, I want 0%. That's normal flight mode. Then I want to set up something like this. So that went up. So we'll go down. That's a lot. So let's go like 30%, okay? So you can see they just droop down, but then they continue to act as ailerons, okay? And then for full landing flaps, sorry, I went the wrong way again. We'll go in something like this, like 75%, 80%. Let's try that. So there's our full landing flaps. And then the critical part of Flapperons that's a little bit weird is on the elevator. Normally the elevator, if you have an inboard flap and you deploy them down, the plane's gonna wanna tend to balloon. So you have to apply a little bit of downward elevator to counter the ballooning that happens, okay? Now that has to do with the shape of the wing and also where the thrust is coming from in most cases. So obviously like with the twin engine plane like this, it's gonna tend to really exaggerate that. Well, these aren't inboard flaps, they're outboard flaps. They're Flapperons, okay? So with Flapperons deployed down, The elevator would typically need to go a certain direction. Now, obviously that's more than we want to see, but now you can see it's going the wrong direction. So you want it to go up, okay? And you can't ever really tell in this menu until, whoops, until you try it. So I'm gonna go like 8%. That's probably more than we want actually. We probably want more like 5. And then let's do like 9. And you can tell it just barely moves up. Mm-hmm. Okay, so takeoff flaps, then landing flaps, okay? And you know what? I'm sorry, I'm just gonna do 6 and 12. How about that? 6 and 12. Okay, and the slower deployment helps with the ballooning or the nose down. The nose down would be the worst, okay? So worst case scenario, you shut off the flaps and you have a normal flying platform, okay? So throttle cuts on, roll left, roll right, elevator up, elevator down, yaw left, yaw right. So obviously yaw left, yaw right's the problem right now because it could be disconnected somewhere in here, which would be a bummer. I don't think that's what's going on, but it's possible.
Okay.
If that's possible, then that means we have to unglue that joint that we had problems with, which sucks. But we were super careful to get that correct, right?
Right.
Okay, so I am going to unplug the power because I'm just like right up in this business. And I don't like the idea of being right up in this business for this test. Okay, so I'm gonna just dig this out. I can just carefully pull it out and let's just hope for the best. Hope that we maybe have something minor unplugged or something simple that we missed, which is always possible. Okay, so rudder is plugged into which channel?
4, should be 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. So channel 4. And we already know that the rudder is working because we're getting differential thrust, okay? Mm-hmm. So, but we don't have any signs that the rudder is working at all, actually. We don't have any signs that the physical rudder is working. None. Oh, the lights are on too. Okay, so that's on the bind plug. So we don't have any issue there. Okay, so.
And it's not plugged in upside down.
Not that I can tell here. So it's the 5th one over. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm just gonna unplug this. I'm just gonna pull on it carefully, gently. Then I'm gonna untangle it because it's tangled really bad and it says rudder on it, okay? Feels like there's something attached, but it is hard to tell admittedly. Now, normally I don't have to do this and there wouldn't be any reason to do this, but given the circumstances, I am going to go ahead and plug in the XPC battery checker.
Okay.
And it's warning me that it's low, but I don't care, okay? So this is the central position. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna plug this in. I bet this cable's plugged in backward or it has an issue, okay? So rudder minus is that way. Okay, so that doesn't surprise me, no activity. That's what we expected. Now I'm plugging in backward. Nothing. Okay, so that's not a good sign usually. Okay, so that means one of two things. One, we either have a dead servo or we have a cable that's either compromised by being cut or it's mislabeled altogether. If it's mislabeled, that would be unusual. And also we would see some other function. We'd see a light come on, we'd see a throttle go on, we'd see a thrust reverse happen, we'd see some other function of this plane happen. However, the only thing we haven't checked is gear. So let's go ahead and check gear before we get any further into this process, because that's the only thing we haven't checked. If there's something else, I want to find out for sure before we start digging in and doing surgery.
Yep.
And we should have probably checked that earlier, but that's my bad for not having done that. Okay, throttle cut is on, throttle stick is centered and down, forward thrust is on. You have to go through extra checks and balances when you have extra vulnerability. We have extra vulnerability. Also, I want you guys to look at my XT60 connector there. See how crappy that looks?
This one or the one that's on your battery?
The one from the plane. It's very easy to plug this in because these pedals are really squished down. So I'm taking a Phillips screwdriver and just opening those up just a little bit. That was probably a little extreme. But you see how I open those up? Now it'll be harder to plug this in, but it'll give us better contact. By the way, that has nothing to do with the rudder. Okay, obviously you don't want to fly this with, you know, all this crap sticking out. Okay, it's initiated. I don't trust anything yet. Throttle stick is up, it's been tested. Now gear. Gear are now up. It's in the wrong condition. How do I know? Because right now they're locked in the up position. Now they're down. That is so sick.
Cool.
Oh, that is so cool. Look at that. Oh, that is so cool. I love it. Show them the function. Go down, lower. Oh, that is so cool. Do you guys see it's got this locking mechanism in there? That is dang cool. I love it. Okay, all right, cool. So I have those in the reverse function, so I need to reverse that. So servo setup, travel, scroll over to reverse, gear. So the gear are now down, the gear are now up. That is really cool. Okay, so now I just gotta figure out what the heck is going on with this rudder. And to be honest, there's a number of different things that could cause a failure of this type. It could be as simple as a bad servo. It could be as bad as something worse, like it's not plugged in, okay?
Yeah.
If that's the case, we're in trouble because we gotta try to unglue stuff to get to it. But there's one other place I can check, and I'm gonna check it.
Okay.
And it has to do with the hatch. So the hatch access is right here, okay? We now can trust the throttle cut. We can now trust the differential thrust is not gonna cause a problem. I'm going in here because get this. I can see the wires, okay?
Oh, okay.
Yep, so this canopy cover or whatever it is, this little hatch access is right here. So what I need to do now is I need to give just very gentle tugs on the cable, okay? This cable, but I need to be in two places at once.
So do I need to be up here so I can see?
Well, whatever it takes so you can see. I don't know, could you just go to the edge?
No, because I'm not that tall.
This is not for camera. This is like, I mean, you could film it, but I'm just saying this is because I need to know.
Yeah.
Can you get it up there? Get the camera up there so you can see.
No, I can see.
Can you see it move at all? I'm gonna actually pull from there and then we'll see if it moves up front. Okay, how about that?
Because there's a red, black, and white one in there. And then there's
two. That's lights. That is moving.
yes.
Okay, so look, this one. See the bend in it?
Yep.
We're confirming something. We're using limited information to work.
Yep, you pulled it straight.
Okay, so that's the rudder cable, guys.
It's the one that's like in the middle towards me of the two
Yep.
yellow and
Yeah,
orange.
this one.
Yep.
Okay, so I have extra, so I'm gonna pull extra back. And I'm gonna pull extra back like this so that I can get at it.
Do you want to hold it up front so it doesn't come all the way through?
No.
Okay.
Because what I'm thinking about doing now is I'm gonna move this hatch access out of the way. Now, I'm gonna do something else.
Okay.
Before I unglue anything, I'm gonna just double check I don't have any other accesses, which I don't see, okay? I can hear the servo move, but that's just for me moving it, obviously.
Yep.
And at this point, I'm in a tough spot because there isn't really a good middle ground on this. It's pretty much like it's either working or it's not, and I've already tried both polarities. Meaning I've plugged it in inside, I plugged it in with the correct polarity and the incorrect polarity both.
And if it doesn't work on the servo tester,
It means it's not plugged in or
Right.
it's burned out. And if it's burned out, so I gotta get these antennas in here in case the differential thrust would make the prop start, okay? Now we're not leaving that receiver there, that's just temporary
Right.
for now. Okay, so if it's not moving now, then that means we either have a dead servo or we have
or it's unplugged.
a disconnected cable. Now, the frustrating and difficult part is I have no guarantees because I never tested it. That's on me for not testing it, but it's on them if it's a bad servo because it shouldn't be a bad servo. So guys, what have we learned? Test your servos. All right, so this is how you test it now. Yeah.
Take your toothpicks out.
Yeah, the toothpicks are definitely in there. I could take those toothpicks out. That is a good point. I could push them through.
I mean, oh, just push them through. Yeah.
Or take them out, one or the other. That is a good point though, camera crew.
And we could slice the tape, so.
Yeah, the tape has actually been working its way off.
Yeah.
It's gonna be kind of what it is. When you have this type of problem, you just kind of got to deal with it, guys. It sucks to get into a situation like this, but we already know that those pins didn't work the way I hoped they would. See the deal? I don't. Not yet.
Not yet.
We're going to take these pins out. That foam is just too soft, period. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually, very carefully, I'm going to put the lid back on. And since we got everything energized and the rudder is plugged in, we can test it as soon as we get to a point of testing, okay? So that's all back together. I'm back out of the menus. This thing is away from us so we don't have a problem. I'm gonna flip this plane upside down. A little awkward to handle this plane. I'm trying to keep my hands in safe spots, but there isn't really a safe spot at this point. Good thing we trust everything. Camera crew is gonna help me. Hold that tail up, please, so it doesn't go get re-glued.
I got it.
Okay. Yep, just keep it where it is.
Okay.
Good job, thank you. Okay, let go. So here we go. Okay, guys. So now we can reverse engineer what we thought we had already engineered. Okay, so what do we see? Nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
Okay, if you guys are trying to get rid of China glue, that stuff is strong. It's like a giant spider web.
Crazy.
So we'll just undo these. Okay, there it is. Came undone.
Yep.
Came undone. That is the problem, and that is going to be the solution. So we will go ahead and grab this carefully, pull it through, plug it back in, re-glue it, go forth and prosper. Folks, these are supposed to be plug safe. Okay, careful. I'm moving it just a little bit to see if it works, and it does work. Okay? So now we just take a few minutes and get things back to where we were. You guys have already watched me glue it. We'll glue it, come right back. All right, so we just got done putting this back together. That was a pain in the butt. It shouldn't have happened. Stupid plug, stupid glue. Why is this glued together? Anyway, back. And yes, I said I wasn't gonna tape it. I didn't just tape it, I taped it with packing tape. So guys, here on Brian Phillips RC, we show the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God, and that's what we do. Sometimes that means we show things that shouldn't have to be in a plug and fly assembly. It should not be that big a deal to glue a tail on, but here's the thing, if you're gonna bury a connector under a vulnerable spot like that, I told you about the angles, and I knew it was gonna be a pain. It came apart okay, but boy, oh boy, we had to push hard to get that together, and then tape it tight, and then we had to push hard the other direction to tape it tight. And it worked pretty good. But at the same time, why? In today's day and age, in 2025, why are we doing that on model airplanes? Most model airplanes don't even have glue anymore, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it has to always be that way or it's like some massive failure, but at the same time, it's quite frustrating. And I shouldn't have had to get in there in the first place, okay? Because the stupid connector is the kind that's not supposed to come undone. Okay, and guess what? It came undone. It was plugged in. You can go back and watch the video. But at the end of the day, it's my responsibility as a builder to ensure that those things stay where they are. That's why I don't trust motors until I trust them, because they're gonna prove their trust to me that they're gonna be trustworthy before I put my hand in a hole like that, okay? Because I don't wanna get chopped up. All right, getting back to the point, we now have a rudder. Yay, let's see if it's going the right direction. Y'all left, wrong. Servo setup, travel, reverse, rudder. Correct, correct. Roll left, roll right. Elevator up, elevator down. Takeoff flaps, landing flaps. Roll left, roll right. Still rolling left. Is that correct? Yes. Is that correct? Yes. take off flaps. And remember, these are 2 separate servo signals now, okay? All right, now, if you wanna do spoilers, spoilers are gonna function opposite of flaps, and it's a little bit more tedious process to actually do that. Because of the elevator correction, you have to reverse this function and that function, and I usually mix it to another mix, okay? But I never know how a plane is gonna respond and whether flapperons are better or spoilerons are better. One thing I notice about planes that fly with spoilerons deployed is they like to drag their tail, which is ironic because it's a lot like a twin otter. Twin otters fly with the tail dragging, okay? Not sure why that is, but I'm not sure if that's good or bad on this particular model because obviously we want to land on the main body and not necessarily the tail, okay? So a twin otter would have floats that go underneath. This thing is a catamaran design with the, of course, the catamarans out here, okay? But drooping the tail might be kind of a cool way to help get to the ground, but it's also going to spoil the lift, which is what a spoileron does. Okay, spoiling the lift means you're going to fall faster, you're going to potentially increase speed or decrease speed because the drag coefficient goes up, but there's still going to be an absent lift function to that whole equation, okay? Whereas when we do flapperons, it's going to increase drag, similar to the way you can do it with spoilers, but you're going to increase drag and you're going to change the pitch forward slightly. That might be bad on this plane. It just depends, but we're going to correct for that with elevator correction, okay? So if I figure on the scales of unknown, I'm leaning toward flapperons being where we want to have it on this particular plane. Now, if they don't work, it's easier for me to go into flap mode, to flap system, and change this to a +30 and that to a +80 and that to a +6 and that to a +12 than it is for me to build an entire mix structure just to test it. Now, on the Rare Bear, admittedly, we did it so that we could see if we could get some extra speed out of it as well. I don't think we're gonna wanna get extra speed out of this necessarily, but I do like the concept of the mix if it's necessary. If you want to see how to do it, check out the Rare Bear. We just released it not too long ago. You can go to brianphillipsrc.com or bprc.me if you don't know how to spell my name. And then when you get to that site, same place, just short link, then you can sort by type and you can find the Hobby King offerings, or you could find, is that Durafly? Durafly. But anyway, we just set it up here the other day. Yeah. So you can find the mixes. Now, also, if you want to see the much more complicated mixing we did on that plug-in fly, the Avios Twin Otter, which is a great plane, by the way, you can see how we did that radio setup for that plane. This one, I felt like it was way easier.
Yeah, it was.
So adding that second motor in the airplane type really helped.
Yep.
Okay. And also the safety factor was so much easier to confirm on this.
Yes.
Okay. So that being said, we're going to stick with flapperons on this one. Not to cut corners, but just because I believe there is no reason to have any other direction, okay? So we're gonna go with this for now. We'll see how that works. Now, we're also gonna just double confirm our throttles and everything now that the rudder's spinning the correct direction and we have all the features working. So throttle cuts off. Yaw left, you can kind of see it now. It makes so much more sense, okay? Now, with a little bit of throttle applied, a little bit of yaw, a little bit of yaw, beautiful. Now, with thrust reverse, reversing thrust, definitely gonna help, All right, forward thrust, throttle cut, everything settled, throttle cut and locked. Couple things to keep in mind, throttle cut's on, it's been tested. This prop, I noticed when we were recharging our battery, I hadn't tightened this tight enough. And so it was loose, but I just want to show you something, guys. Come around here. I'm a strong guy, okay? And I'm torquing this on here. There isn't like like a passer where you can put a screwdriver or something, which you can on some of these spinners. I'm holding that about as tight as I can hold. And that thing is on there tight, but you have to remember something. First of all, they have, swear to God, there's brake force on that. Look at that, brake force. That's brake force.
Is there on the other one?
No. What the heck? Okay, hold on. We need to check into that. First things first, throttle cuts on, throttle cuts off. A little bit of throttle, down to nothing. Spins free, spins free. That was weird.
They seem to be stopping about the same rate.
No, earlier it was like braking hard. It was like I had tightened it and it moved or something funny, okay? Oh, you're saying that like one might be starting a little bit earlier or later? Okay, throttle cuts on. Let's fix that. This is gonna be kind of a scary process. So in that case, before we do forward programming and before we get to the next step, let's get this son of a gun glued in here so it's installed, okay? Because we know now that we have all the controls working, we have all the features on, we have all the functions that we expected with the exception of AS Reaction Safe activated. Now we need to glue this receiver or tape this receiver. If you prefer to do that, that's fine. I'm gonna glue mine and we're gonna glue it so that it's stuck into that cavity over to the right, okay? So the easiest way that I found, I just use China glue and it works great, guys. Some of you might think that's a little bit weird, but I've been doing it for years now and it's worked phenomenally. We haven't had a bit of problems and we've glued them upside down, inside out, all over the place, okay? So I'm just gonna go like this, pretty liberal amount of glue right there. And I'm just gonna let it sit, just like that. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna do anything but talk about it for a minute. And I'm gonna take this Q-tip and I'm gonna use the Q-tip to actually slather a little bit of the glue that was on the bottom of the receiver back where it's gonna sit, okay? This is gonna get glue so that it holds it in place right away, okay? So I'm just gonna go like this, just take a little bit of it, it doesn't need to be a lot, and I'm gonna just slather it back there where I know it's gonna sit. And all it's gonna do is just gonna act like a little cementing base, okay? And we just let that cook off for a few minutes. When I say a few minutes, it probably won't even be a few minutes. Full disclosure, I did not use my Y cable here because I didn't use these retention clips. And that was the only Y cable I needed was the Y cable I used to split off my reverse thrust lines. Now, this was provided so that you could actually steal power from any of your channels for the light plug. We used the bind plug, so we didn't need it. So I'm up a cable and down a cable, so I'm even, okay? This would have been a good cable. Huh?
I said, oh good. I hate when we're down a cable.
Camera crew gets very concerned when we're short on cables.
Yeah.
Because we only have a few lying around.
1,000.
Okay, so now, real quick, if you don't know how to mount a receiver, there's a bunch of different ways you can mount it. The way I'm mounting it today is with the pins going that direction. And the 8360T is an N pin style plug. So it's not a big deal. You can mount them a bunch of different ways. My suggestion is, if you're using China glue to mount them, get it where you want it because it ain't gonna be like 3 shots. You're gonna get it on the first shot or it's not gonna happen, okay? Because you see what's happening? It's like basically already stuck down. I don't think you're gonna get that thing moved now, okay? It's down and it's where it's going right now, okay? Now, my goal is to get this aligned with the length of the plane as much as is humanly possible, and I'm gonna use this as my guide, okay? So that is my straight edge. I'm gonna scooch it over just a hair, and then I'm just gonna work it until it's perfect. And when I say perfect, I mean I want that thing lined up exactly square down the length of the plane. This is critical because you can correct for roll, and you can correct for pitch, but you cannot correct for yaw. Yaw will always be screwed up, okay? So I'm just gonna basically make sure this doesn't move, and the way I'm gonna do that is I'm quite literally going to check it in a minute or two. But I am gonna take all these cables, I'm gonna grab one of my forceps, and I'm gonna use it to help manipulate some of these cables back here, just so that they're out of the way, so that if we would need to do anything fancy, like for instance, if we'd have to load a battery, for instance, it wouldn't cause a problem. Now, this is cable management, so I'm not gonna bore you with all the disgusting details of that, but I do wanna make sure you understand that cable management is always part of a model build, okay? So if you aren't capable of doing cable management, you're gonna have a lot worse experience, and I guarantee you that your chickens are gonna come home to roost about the time you go to maiden your plane. You're gonna have all sorts of problems that will eventually crop up if you're not careful, okay? So just be careful, If it's a night before you're flying and you're not sure that your cables are where they need to be, take some time, get your cables managed. It is going to save you time at the field, and time at the field is the time that you want, and not necessarily time at home fixing stuff that you could have fixed while you were, you know, in the preparation mode instead of the correction mode, which, trust me, I've done all of them. I've done correction mode, I've done preparation mode, and I far prefer preparation than correction, okay? So now that I got that stuff lifted up, I'm just kind of working. I can use a couple of fingers to just press those in, and you just don't want to unplug cables, obviously. We've already learned our lesson there to a certain extent, except I didn't unplug it when I was doing cable management. Okay, so now that I've got all that sort of up into the opening there, it'd be super fancy if there was a way to guarantee that that stuff would stay put. But you know what? There probably isn't really a good way, okay? So now that that's in there, the only thing that should be left is the cable that goes to the battery, okay? Then this one, I'm just gonna push that back. That's our telemetry cable, okay? I'm gonna push that back, just make sure it gets out of the way. And you'll notice that, for a lack of better terms, it's pretty much the poop is in a group, okay? So you can see that, look, all of that stuff, guys. See that? Pretty simple stuff. It's not the best cable management I've ever done, but it's not the worst, that's for sure. And that receiver is definitely mounted down. Now, we got to get the antennas managed as well. The antennas are important to be managed because they're supposed to be diversity antennas, which means that they're supposed to be at 90 degrees of each other. Now, if they're not at 90 degrees of each other, are they going to work? Probably. But are they going to work as effectively as they could otherwise? The answer to that is probably not, okay? So we're going to go back to one of our favorite tools here in the tool bag of Brian Phillips RC, and that's going to be the toothpick. That's right, the lowly toothpick. It's made its presence known today, okay? I like these because I can poke a channel for the active 28 millimeter portion of the antenna. Now you'll see there's two of them. Now these are called antennas, not antennae. Antennae are on animals or creatures, and antennas are on machines. I didn't know that until somebody gracefully told us about that on one of our comments in one of our videos. Okay, so thanks. You learn something new all the time. That's something you should remember when you're in aviation of any sort. You're always learning, and when you stop learning, you're dead. Okay? Because you should be learning for your entire life, not like there's some threat going on here. Okay? So now that we have that hole poked, I'm going to take, this is the 28 millimeter active portion. I am not going to bite onto that. I'm just holding it. You see, I have not clipped it. And what I want to do is I want to guide this thing in. I want to go well back from the edge of the 28 millimeter portion. And that's going to be incredibly difficult to find. So I can take this toothpick and just feed it through. And if I'm lucky, I can get to that angle. I am not sure I'm going to be able to make that angle. That is going to be incredibly difficult to find.
Yeah, from upside down.
And backward. Okay, so you see what I'm doing? I'm going to this weird extreme angle. Now, see, it always wants to flip on me. Okay. Do you think I can get it?
Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. That's going to be a real pain in the neck. Okay, so this one's actually, you know what? I'm going to do it different. I'm going to go up here because I can't make that angle. I thought that angle. And you don't
want to go down from the top because then you're going to have a
because that defeats the whole purpose of what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get these things in a place where they're protected, okay? Protected. So they get away from the busy spot, which is where all the batteries get latched in, okay? And then I want to get diversity at some point. And diversity, of course, is just going to be that they're at 90 degrees of each other, okay? Man, it would be so nice if I could just grab this little bit, but I got to be super careful when I do this. Like super, super, super careful. This is how you ruin an antenna, folks. Okay. Let's see if I can do it boldly. Go boldly where no man has gone before. Okay, so you see that? This is going to be darn near impossible. So since it's going to be impossible, we'll pause while I find the hole. I have this in here now. I'm going to just change my design so that it's a slit style. So the slit is going to take us to where the antenna is going to be stored. So it should make it a little bit easier for us to get the antenna through, because we should hypothetically be able to just push it through, and then that will, broke the tip off, I hate it when that happens. We should be able to just push the antenna wire through carefully. And yes, guys, this is the part of the video where it's frustrating because you won't be able to see some of the steps, because we are literally in tight quarters to where you can't see it, because my hand is in the way, and I apologize in advance for that being the reality of our situation. This is a rather tight enclosure, so I'm going to hold this, and I'm just going to pull against itself carefully. I'm not going to pull so hard that I damage it, but you do have to pull hard enough to actually get it through the foam. Now, if in doubt, there's another thing you can use, and that would be a flat-bladed screwdriver, but it's got to be a relatively big flat-bladed screwdriver with a relatively flat tip, meaning not sharp, but rather blunt, okay? So this is a number 2 flat screwdriver, okay? So we'll just push that through until it drops into the cavity that we've created for it there. And you can see that gave us a nice channel to get up away from the busy hustle and bustle of the battery cabin there, okay? So that's kind of nice. And we can use this to walk it back. Now, some people like these sticking out. I just think that's ridiculous ludicrousness. I would totally disagree. I just want the active portion to be at 90 degrees of each other. Okay, so I'm just walking this back until it's exactly where I need it now. You're like, didn't you just put it there? Yes, I did. Okay, so now you see I'm into this spot, and that'll give me a nice area of tons of foam to slide into, okay? So now we can go back to one of my favorite tools again. We've mentioned it a number of times. I think we're up to number like 5 or 6 because we keep breaking them. Okay, we need 28 millimeters of penetration, full thickness. That's gonna be about 28 millimeters. I can bite this on with the forceps. I have this nice little bite tool. And then I can walk in here, just make sure I can get the angle now. And I'll press this, make sure I'm parallel to the plane so that it's easy to, it won't stick out and, you know, hit some other weird component, okay? So we know for sure we've got a hole there to pass into. Keep that as close as you can to the bottom of the foam there. Now, this one should be relatively easy to slide into because we can see it and we can manipulate the wire right into it. You guys see what's going on? And I just want to make it so that that thing, the active portion of the antenna, goes in and it's protected. Nice little simple solution there that will last a lifetime of a foam airplane, okay? Now, we can also follow that same chase to get out of the hustle and bustle of this environment down here if we want. But now that we know we're going this way with that one, we could actually come up here and chase over, or we could go down here and we could chase over, but we can't quite reach far enough to get to an easy angle. It'd be nice if we could be down here, but then you run the risk of getting caught up in your Velcro, which would not be ideal. You could also sneak back there into that big cavity, or you could sneak up here and just do another piercing, which is what we're probably gonna do on this particular plane, okay? So I'm gonna come back in here. And again, this is just a matter of carefully holding, but not pinching. You could pinch this and break it with these forceps, no doubt, okay? Just kind of force it through carefully and gently, okay? So now you're like, are you really gonna bring those antennas right next to each other? I'm gonna bring them to the same point of origin, yes, but then I'm gonna chase it this way, okay? Now the other thing is we could probably tape that on the face of the foam so long as we're not gonna have a lot of purchase. But the thing is, I fear that we are gonna have a lot of rubbing and stuff. So we're gonna go for the, instead of 90 degrees, we're probably gonna go like 85 degrees difference, which is better than nothing, okay? So I'm gonna clamp this on here at that angle. And you see I can't get in there. So I have to get in here kind of at a weird angle. And in order to do that, I'm gonna grab a broken one like this, and I'm gonna start my hole something like this. And remember, you can pivot at an angle, okay? Right? And then I'm gonna go to a slightly longer one now that I've got that started. In real life, in person, you can see a little bit better. But you know what? Maybe it'd be better to just have it hang out here. I'm not sure. Because I just need something I can poke into the foam with. And if this doesn't work, what I'll do is I'll just take and make a slice and force it in there. That's probably what I'll end up having to do on this model. It's a lot harder to find a good opening on this one than I would figure. Okay, so we'll just cut a slice. Not very deep, but deep enough, okay? Then we'll take a larger, more blunt object, like what we talked about earlier, and we'll just pass through like this. Let's give ourselves a nice point of entry, and then we'll chase this with our tool carefully back into that channel, letting go when we get there, and then pressing in with these touching. We'll just walk that all the way in, and just pressing it into its home. That's its new home. Okay, beautiful. So now our antennas are out of the busy hustle and bustle down by the batteries. Show them the cable management there for the cables. And then I'm gonna take just a singular piece of clear tape, nothing fancy, just kind of like a Scotch tape, sort of ordinary use tape. The camera crew is gonna let me get in there and put this on. Okay, so I'm just gonna tape over what would be the proverbial antenna pocket, okay? So once we get the antenna pocket covered, then we should be good to go. I've got just a little tiny bit of extra that I can cut off and peel out, put on the garbage can. All right, guys, so that's pretty much all I'm gonna do for antenna. Now, full disclosure, I've never had antenna signal issues, with the exception of, I think, twice or 3 times. And they were always cheap brand receivers. It was never like a Spectrum receiver or some higher quality receiver. It was always some junk receiver that I got from China, okay? So in this case, everything's installed where it needs to be. We have a nice clean point to be able to get in and work the battery. Now we need to check CG, and then we need to get our forward programming done, because we are pretty much to the point where I'm gonna use the actual battery pack, because this battery is not necessarily the battery we're gonna use. So just keep in mind the IC3 connector will generally press in to an XT60, but if in doubt, you may need to use an adapter. If you have a real rinky-dink connector, which we have had before from Hobby King planes. In fact, I'm trying to remember which one it was, but I think it might have been the Yak. It was one of the recent ones.
Yeah, or the...
It wasn't the Rare Bear. Throttle cuts on. Timer's cleared. Let's go ahead and load this battery. Once we have the CG marked and tested, then we'll be ready for forward programming, because that's the last physical installation item. Okay, I'm gonna drop it in there like that. Press down. Beautiful, okay. Now, let's see if the XT60 is fine. Throttle sticks down, throttle cuts on. That's triple checked now. Okay, show the people. As you can see, it goes in just fine. And we're gonna check CG. We did not need the adapter. Since we didn't need the adapter, we'll be good. We'll go ahead and assume that that's gonna be fine. Now, you could put a bigger battery in there, but just keep in mind, the center of gravity may not work out, okay? So this is the time where you're gonna wanna pay attention to what battery size. 3200 4S 50C is what we're using. And we are gonna measure the CG market and then test it. And that'll pretty much conclude our physical install of all the different features. Now it's just gonna be left for the forward programming for AS3X and safe.
So this says 75 to 80 from the leading edge, measured from the center of the wing, approximately the second panel line back from the leading edge.
Okay. So from the leading edge, 75 to 80 millimeters. Okay. So 75 to 80 millimeters. So we'll just mark 75 to 80 from the center.
This should be about the second panel line, it says.
Yeah. And then to 80, of course, puts you where? 80 puts you. Yeah, so it looks like the second panel line is what they're talking about there. So the center of gravity, this is going to be kind of an awkward one to test because the way the plane is configured. So I'm actually going to make a mark here, okay? And that's just going to be our singular mark. Now 5 millimeters additionally is going to basically put us, you know, back not very far, but I like to mark the whole range so that you have a little something as a visual reference. Now, on this plane, I would love to mark the bottom because it's going to hang low, and that's just the way this plane is always going to be. But that might be a little impractical because look where you're going to put your hands.
Yeah, I know.
In order to check the center of gravity out in the field, you're going to need to be able to get your hands in there. And so I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. The other thing is we typically check center of gravity with the gear down because that's the way you're going to be configured for landing. Okay. So let's just say that's the center. And I'm totally happy with that.
Yeah.
So in order that we don't have to waste the same amount of time when we get to the flying field, I'm going to mark the center of gravity and I'm going to mark what battery type we measured it with, okay? So what I like to do is inside the canopy, and you don't have to do this step, but all these little steps add up to a better flight experience. I'm going to just mark where it is right now, okay? So right here to right here, and that's 3,200 milliamp hour, 4S. I happen to have the battery going that way, the wire 4S, okay? And then I have an arrow that goes that direction. That just means I had the wire lead going that way. Why? Because then when I go to load it, it's a little easier for me to figure out. I don't have to reinvent the wheel each time, okay? But that's where it is, and that's where we're gonna test it, okay? So we know that that balances out pretty good. It's close enough for the sake of our initial flights and maidens and all that good stuff, okay? So there's a few settings we have to do before we actually get to forward programming. Let's come over here and look at these, camera crew, together. All right, so dual rates in Expo. We're gonna set switch F to 5%, then 10%, that's where we're gonna start from. So we have a halving and a doubling for Expo. So we'll go to 20, we'll drop the rates down to 90. Okay, that's if we needed a low rate. Okay, so that's where we're gonna start. We have a doubling and a halving. Okay, so we'll be here to start. We're gonna do that for ailerons, elevator, and rudder. Now keep in mind, rudder is also gonna impact your overall differential thrust. And guys, forgive me, sometimes when I'm getting in a hurry, I will accidentally say differential thrust in place of thrust reverse. I try my best to be accurate in what I say, but I caught myself in a video the other day doing that. So my apologies in advance if I stumble and bumble over my words, okay? So that's where we're gonna start, okay? Now, throttle cut obviously is working. The next thing we have to do is set up forward programming. Throttle cut's on. According to our menu, it says we're in AS3X, off, or safe. None of those have been set up, okay? So now we gotta talk for a quick sec about one other thing. That is, we were concerned about the throttle and whether or not it was engaging at the same time the left and the right motors. That could be a potential issue, especially if we're taking off from water, okay? Because we're not gonna have the advantage of friction from the ground to keep us square. I'm also noticing that I'm not quite square in my saddle, and so I'm looking at that now because I'd like that to be straight, because that might matter in our next few setup items, okay? So being square in the saddle is not usually a big deal until it comes to setting up safe and AS3X, okay? AS3X and safe depend on keeping this thing so that it can be level, okay? It's close, but no cigar. I mean, we're really, really close, but we're really, really not exactly right. And I don't think this thing is precise enough that it's ever gonna be exactly perfect, but we'll get it as perfect as we can, okay? Because it does eventually matter. And the thing is, your plane is gonna fly at a certain attitude. If you want the nose up like this, that's not necessarily good because you're gonna climb. And you can tell right now that thing is nose up, okay? So how do we resolve that in a plane that's got a saddle that's not quite the right length? Well, what we're gonna have to do is we'll have to shorten the saddle, okay? So camera crew and I are gonna adjust that right now.
I can probably just adjust it.
You can adjust it. That'd be great.
It might be a little awkward.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, so that's down. Now we've got it shortened, so now we're way better on levelness, but we're not. Are we good on attitude? Because the left-right seems pretty good.
It seems a lot better.
Yeah. Imagine it was on the water. Is it flying straight and level?
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, show the people from this side. I think if anything, it could still go up just a hair, which means we would need to go in. Just stay where you are. I'm gonna try this. See if I can get it, if I can get lucky. And then I'm gonna lift it. Yep. Better?
Yeah.
Better? Okay, now this is only awkward because it's a float plane. That looks pretty dang good. Mm-hmm. That's where I want it to fly if I turn safe on. Why does it matter? Because we're about to measure that, okay, electrically. Okay, so electrically speaking, if we have to measure this, there's a point in setup where we have to do forward programming, but we were talking about throttle. So let's go ahead and test that again before we get any further. Throttle cuts off. And it's hard to tell when you move the stick. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use the trimmer. Come here. I'm gonna move the trimmer up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. You guys see the difference? One came on at 34. One came on at 24. So now I'm back to center. Okay, centered sticks, throttle cuts on, everything's tested. This is how we set and recalibrate those ESCs. This is gonna be kind of a dangerous one, okay? Because you have to have everything working to do this step, okay? That's why I wanted everything in place. It's all in place now, okay? So, battery's coming unplugged. Battery's unplugged. Now, for this test, I'm gonna use an adapter so it's easier and safer to actually plug and unplug my lead, okay?
Okay.
So that way it's gonna be IC3 to XT60. So I can actually go like this now, which will make it even easier to plug in, quick, okay? Throttle cuts on, throttle cuts off, throttle sticks full up, okay? So I'm gonna do this in such a way that my hands are out of the way. If some freak accident would happen, we're gonna let the battery die, okay? Plugged in, prepared to hold the plane. All the way down. They're both armed. Now, throttle cuts on, tested. Now that it's tested, I'm gonna go ahead and go back around to the safe spot, which is behind the plane, and I'm gonna go ahead and test this again. Same way, cam crew's gonna come over here so she can see. Throttle cuts off, nothing starts, that's good. Watch. Click, click. They both turned on at 42, which is a long ways from the center of the stick. Okay, so that sounds more even. I'm glad we did that. Throttle cuts on. So we calibrated both of the throttle ranges to be even. Great. Okay. So now we can go ahead and go into forward programming and we can set up AS3X and safe. Okay, obviously I've already tested my throttle cut is on. Guys, I say throttle cuts on like a million times in a video because I'm trying to teach you guys a good habit. I have a lot of bad habits, but I have some good habits too. Some of my good habits leave me with 10 fingers, and I work on industrial equipment for a living. So pick up on some of my good habits and maybe not the bad ones, and you'll be well off. All right, so throttle cuts on. Now we're gonna click. We're gonna go into forward programming. Gyro setup, first time setup. Make sure the model and wing type, all that crap, blah, 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 it's all set up. Set it level, hit continue. This is where you're gonna put it on its nose and hit continue. It's gonna dictate exactly what position the thing is. You're gonna hit continue for me this time.
Okay.
Okay? I'll tell you when I'm ready. Go ahead.
Continue.
Come on.
Okay.
Look.
Orientation 1.
Okay. Is that correct?
Bind button is at the front of the plane. Is that right?
Well, yeah, I think so. If in doubt, open up the lid, check. If you don't know if that's right, then let's check. So the transmitter is like this. Throttle cuts on. See where the signal is? The symbol? You see where the symbol is?
Yes.
Pointed toward us, okay? Correct?
Correct.
Turn on the light for everybody.
Yep.
Very good. All right, so we know that we have the right orientation. Now, spatial orientation is critical. If the orientation is wrong, your plane will correct the wrong direction.
Yes.
We're gonna still double check that all the correction directions are correct. And so we're gonna hit continue. Gain channel, apply. Okay, we have to set it to rotary knob. Rotary knob is on aux 4, according to this menu. Hold the plane at this step, it's rebooting. Okay, we're good. One set of dance. Not two, just one. Gyro settings. F mode setup. FM channel. We want it to be here. So aux 5. Aux 5. Good. Notice it changes. Notice it changes. In this mode, I want AS3X off. I want AS3X active, and I want AS3X active. Pretty cool. Okay, flight mode 1, AS3X is active. It's off. Okay, very good. So we'll hit back, back. We're not going to do nose wheel setup. We don't need to. AS3X gains. That's the default. Off. And the default. Remember, this is a function of knob. Knob is a function of 1 times at full deployment, 0 at 0. Or if you figure about 50% would be about half of whatever the gains are, okay? So if you're gonna do fixed rates, you can set half of them and you'll be about where I'm flying most of the time. I don't mess with stop lock, and I don't mess with stop release rate, okay? Just so you know, you can change those for all 3 modes. In my case, I have it off in the middle. Okay, makes sense? Fixed adjustable gains are all adjustable, off, and adjustable, okay? You might fix those in safe if you have inexperienced pilots flying, but really you're gonna be the one controlling what's going on with this plane, okay? So if you make adjustments in flight, you can capture your gyro gains, okay? Now we're gonna go to first time safe setup. This plane's not quite level anymore, of course. I'm trying to get it perfect, and it is not quite perfect. Look at that, it's denting it. It ticks me off. I hate that. Okay, it's pretty dang close though. It's not perfect. It's leaning a little bit to the right. There we go, that's pretty dang perfect. And that's pretty dang perfect. You just gotta have an eye for detail on some of these steps, folks. Okay, before setting up SATE, a flight mode channel must be set up. Look at that, it's already set. Continue. We want safe to be on in flight mode 3. Okay, level, model, and capture attitude. This is when you're gonna capture it. Look at that. The pitch and the roll both changed. Do it again. Look at that, it's the same value, I trust it. If you go in there and you press hard and your receiver sits into the glue a little bit, do it again, okay? You can adjust that manually if you want. Positive and negative is explained here. So with roll, you would look at the roll right or roll left based on positive or negative. And if you're looking at pitch, you would see nose up, nose down, okay? Make sense? Okay, so next. Now in this flight mode, we have safe inhibited. I want to change it to self-level and angle demand. So I'm going to change this to the highest. Let's do 75. 75 for roll right, 75 for roll left. Pitch down, we're going to allow them to go 75, and then pitch up, we're going to allow 75. That's going to give you a wider flight envelope than what you would otherwise experience. Now in this mode, there's nothing. It's all off. And then in this mode, it's also off. Now, just so you know, if you wanted to set something in the middle one, the offsetting, you could change it to self-level. You could set it to just an envelope so that you have AS3X, but it stops you from flipping upside down. Or you could set it to whatever that thing is, but of course it's like giving me trouble. Envelope, transmitter, model. Yeah, I don't know what that crap is. So I'm just gonna leave it on inhibit because that's what I want anyway, okay? But this is where safe is gonna be, okay? Now you can hit next, it's gonna reboot. Apply. This is where you kind of hang on to the plane just in case things go crazy. Now you're gonna hear dance, 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 dance. So that's 2 dances. That means safe is now active. Not necessarily on, but it happens to be on. So I'm gonna walk out of the menu. Forward programming should be done, okay? So throttle cuts on, I'm in AS3X, okay? AS3X is not activated until you give throttle of so much percentage basis. So if you don't want to try to test it in this menu, there is a menu you can test it in forward programming. So if you go down to forward programming, this is on AS3X Plus, you go to gyro settings, system setup. Oh, where is that? Utilities, nope. Gyro response test. Yep. Utilities. While in this page, headings are maximized to verify the servo reactions. Okay. So at this point, it's going to react every time I move it. So when I pull this toward me, the receiver is going to make the rudder go toward me. And toward her. And toward me. And toward her. Okay, so obviously that's working. So now I'm going to take and I'm going to pitch this down. It's going to correct down. It's going to correct up. Now look at the aileron. When I roll down, it's going to go down. When I roll up, it's going to go up. Now look at, you have to look at both. Roll up, roll down. Okay, everything works. So we can set this back down. Now we're not capturing the attitude anymore unless you would go in to do that. So it doesn't have to be perfect anymore. So I can obviously exit this menu, but that's not good enough for me. So what I want to do is I'm going to go into AS3X settings. I'm going to turn this to 4X. So I get a live response test. And it's going to be pretty intense. I'm going to turn my knob all the way up. If you're using AS3X not plus, then this would do it too, okay? Now, if we haven't given throttle, this won't work. Nothing. Go ahead and throttle cut, off.
Throttle cut, off.
Give a little bit of boost to throttle. Go ahead. More. That's not enough. More. Yeah. Now throttle cut on.
Throttle cut on.
Okay, now look. Ailerons up, aileron down, aileron up, aileron down. Yaw toward you, yaw toward me. Elevator up, elevator down. So obviously that's kind of insane. Lots of correction. Okay, you're gonna have to turn the knob for me because I can't do it.
All the way down.
Okay. All the way up.
All the way up.
Now put the mode to the middle with the D switch. No, turn it all the way up. Off. Back on. On. You guys can hear an obvious difference because you can hear it responding, okay? So that's what you need to do. You need to test A, the direction of that one. B, the direction of that one, because those are separate. Then you need to check the direction of the elevator. It's one fixed mechanical device, and then the rudder. If you had a steerable nose gear, you would check that too, but you don't. And in this case, differential thrust, you can't really test it in this mode, okay? So now I'm gonna go to safe. You can see the AS3X active, but we trust AS3X. It's applied the same on both modes. So now we're gonna look at the elevator. It's trying to bring it level. Look at the elevator. Trying to bring it level. Trying to bring it level. And where's level? Level is here, okay? So now look at the ailerons. As I roll, I'm gonna roll it upside down. It's lumbering. It's very hard to flip upside down. Finding the quickest route to level, okay? And when it finds it, then it relaxes, okay? So the auto leveling is working. The angle demand, you don't really have to test. You can test that in air, but if you're curious how to test, here's another trick. Sticks down and over, turn it off. Barely any movement, okay? Because we have such a wide envelope setup. Now, if your AS3X compared to safe on a bind and fly, there's a good chance you're gonna have a lot less movement. So you're gonna hold that stick down like this and you'll switch out of the setting and it'll move like a ton, okay? Now, there is one other thing we need to do, because with regard to the amount of correction, as you can see, it's a lot. Now, off, on, 50%, okay? So that seems like a ton. So I'm gonna go back into forward programming. Now that we've confirmed the direction of travel, gyro, gain sensitivity down to 1x, okay? Walk back out, you're ready to fly this plane, okay? Everything is working. The only difference is we haven't tested AS3X with flaps deployed. So Flapperons deployed, full deployment so you have maximum movement, all the way up, AS3X on. Okay, we already have, everything's activated already. So now I just need to rotate and see if it goes up. It goes up, it goes down. Yep, now up, now down. Can they see that?
It's really hard to see. I'll try and be closer.
Up.
Yep.
Down.
Yep.
Okay, all you wanna see is the resistance to the environmental impact. That means if I am a human moving this stick to roll the plane, I want that to work. But if I am a human simulating the wind, the environmental impact, like a thermal that hits the right wing but not the left, or a wind shear that pushes on the right wing but not the left, it's gonna do drastic movements to the plane. And your plane moving forward is gonna deploy its flight control surfaces automatically to counter that impact. Not to go along with it. If it goes along with it, it's gonna induce a roll and you will crash and you will lose your plane. Okay, so if you have it backward, fix it. Anybody who's flown long enough will eventually have the ailerons flipped in terms of the control authority. It's easy to do once in a blue moon when you're very first fresh into the model arena. Okay, I've done it. It's really embarrassing. I've done it a few times. In fact, I crashed one of my grandpa's really nice, a SIG doing DO, it was a DO 216, a Duinger 216. Twin engine, not unlike this one actually. And I flipped it over and crashed into a curb instantly. Felt so bad. He fixed it, we flew it successfully. I got it right the second time. I don't want to repeat that, okay? So now that we know that the flaps are working, we know that the elevator correction is correct, we know that the correction on the ailerons, both left and right, are correct. We know that the correction on the rudder and elevator are both going in the correct direction. We know that safe is working. We know that off is working. We know that AS3X is working. And we know that the master gains are working and it's set to 50% or so, because when I go from model to model to model, I want to have a basis for where to start, okay? I know that my expo is set. I know that my thrust reverse works. Let's test it again. Throttle cut is off. Forward thrust. Now reverse thrust. Now differential thrust. Now differential thrust. Correct direction. Now forward thrust. Correct direction. Correct direction. Keep in mind, all the surfaces are working in the right direction. All the motors are turning at the right amplitude and direction and disparity with regard to the yaw. That's a lot to get right. And that's why I said at the beginning of this build, this is not a beginner plane.
No.
Okay, now, could you make this plane a beginner plane more so? Yes, you could. But at the end of the day, there's still a lot of minute details that add up to a pretty complicated project. And to be honest, the build was not that bad. It was not fun because there was a few things that should have gone smoother, like putting the wings in together, like having a wire come undone. We got lucky that that came apart the way it did.
Yeah.
We were lucky, and that's all we were, okay?
Yep.
I have had wings not come apart like that. I've also CA'd together wings and got them just as easy as that. It just depends on the luck of the draw with regard to how long you wait and when you find the problem. Should it have come undone? No. Was it my fault? Probably, at least partly. I could have taped around them, and I did off camera, okay?
Right, the second time.
So we also know that the landing gear are working, and when I say landing gear, I mean the retracts, which are canoes, which is totally sick. I love it. It's so dang cool. And I just cannot wait to fly this thing. It is gonna be so fun. Here on Brian Phillips RC, you gotta remember, we fly a lot of planes. We've flown tons of different models in tons of different experiences, and we've had a really good experience with a lot of them. And we've had a marginal with a very few, and terrible with an even smaller minority of airplanes and aircraft, okay? Largely because I go through the struggle of test and verify all the different steps. Now, where I fail is that I overcomplicate what could be a simple plane. And that's where you don't necessarily have to fail. I think I'm overcomplicating it, but there's people that go way, way over the top on these planes. And so I'm just gonna tell you right now, if you think my setup is complicated, just believe me, there's people that would do even more than me. I wanna give you guys the very basics of each of the fundamental functions of a model aircraft that most people are gonna want. Most people are gonna want differential thrust. Most people that are flying from water are gonna want reverse thrust. Most people are gonna probably want flapperons on a plane like this that doesn't have a flap. That being said, I think it would have been really nice to see flaps on this plane. It's a beautiful, huge plane. It's deserving. Even if it was a split flap, I would have been very happy to see it. I don't know, maybe they don't have a real flap on these. Maybe they don't put flaps on these planes. I'm not sure. But one way or another, I am actually really happy with the way this plane went together, despite the difficulties. I am not happy about the way this went together. I'm very disappointed that this is not bolted together. That was a huge miss on Avios' part. That should have never come out of the factory without that being a bolt together. Plus, that would have resolved the conflict we had where we had to get in there and fix the cable.
Yeah, if you had an issue. And we don't even know about that optional water rudder thing.
Yeah.
How that goes on, so.
And to be honest with you, that is an early release issue, okay?
Right.
Because we can't get access
We don't have a manual.
The technical document.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna hide behind that on that detail, and we're gonna give them a pass because I just don't know, okay? So my apologies for not knowing. We'd rather say we don't know than tell you this is for sure the way it is and then be just totally dead wrong,
right?
Okay. That being said, beautiful lights. Love the anti-crash beacon. We barely even talked about the LEDs. They seem to be pretty bright. They're small, but they're bright. Also, just because it's a scale detail, it's gonna be blocked a little bit, this little thing here. Okay, so I'm not sure how I feel about it. If it's a nice realistic scale detail, I love it.
It does kind of glow off the end, like it kind of reflects off there.
Okay, well, we'll see how it works in reality.
Yeah.
Also, I gotta say, the wing struts are functional. You need the wing struts. I'm nervous they're gonna wanna pull out because of the way they're manufactured in here, but we'll find out. Time will tell. And using this plane a couple of times, we'll see. Watercraft get beat to death, okay? Water planes, you would think, have an easy life. It's hitting water. What could go wrong? You know, well, water's density increases the harder you hit it, okay? So I'm just gonna tell you this. My experience has been that water airplanes tend to get beat up even worse than regular airplanes. And that's just because, you know, it seems like it should be no big deal, and then you go out there and you push the issue. Or like for us, we have a teardrop shaped pond. It's about it's about 0.81 acres. And so when we go to take off, well, we're gonna be hopefully flying in the morning. If the wind is at the narrow side, we have a lot less room to work with. And with water runs, you just kind of have to point into the wind. It's not like, you know, you're gonna crab down the runway because you don't have the friction to help you. Stay going straight until you roll. So we'll see how this one goes. I'm really excited to see it fly. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it is.
And I'm a sucker for scale planes. I would rather take a really well executed scale plane than have a hyper scale, you know, cartoon style plane. Example, Carbon Z Cub. Beautiful plane, one of my favorites, okay? If I could have 75% of the performance in an ultra scale bodied plane, I probably would slightly prefer it, even though it is one of my favorite planes, okay? Case in point, J3 Cub, Hangar 9. That one is still hyper scale performance, and yet I still love it because it is so scale. Okay, if it could be more scale, I would love it even more. because that's just where my desires are.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean yours are going to be the same. But this thing looks amazing. And compared to the old Catalina, I think this is a huge improvement.
Well, and it's a pretty unusual style of plane.
Oh, yeah. But I
So,
think this
it's
one's
just
bigger
different.
too, right? Because it's 1.9. I don't know what the old size was.
I don't remember.
I thought it was like 1.6.
It's big.
So when we found out about this, we were like, wow, cool, that's exciting. But I didn't realize it was 1.9.
Yeah.
1.9 means it's almost as tall as me, okay? So with respect to all those details, we appreciate you guys sticking in there for a very long unbox build radio setup. But at the end of the day, we took you from the box to fully set up with all the features, full suite, and every step along the way. And the only thing that we added to this was one connector, which you could have done with just a chop and solder job, and then one Y cable, which technically we were up and down, so you could have just used the one that came with it, and you could have done all the features we did, provided you use a Spectrum receiver, as we recommend. We are gonna recommend the 8360T and probably the 630, 631 if you wanna go for something, 637 TA. But in this case, having this one feature is quite literally one of our favorite features. Just having, oh, you've got a variable on there too now. I forgot about that. Where is it? There it is. Having that feature alone is worth it on a float equipped plane, because I do not want a dead battery in the middle of a pond.
Yeah.
Even though it's my pond, I still don't want that, because it could float like into the inlet and go down the drain. Actually, this is too big. I don't
won't
think
fit down
would
the drain at least, but-
We have a 36-inch drain. Well, maybe sideways.
It wouldn't be very hard. It wouldn't be very good on the
It
phone.
would screw it up
Yeah.
pretty bad, because yeah, it's 96
We'll
foot.
lose our battery again.
Yeah. It's 96 feet long, 95 feet long. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it would lose
I don't
the
want to
battery.
go get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so that being said, guys, we've answered hopefully all your questions. If we didn't answer all the questions, leave it in the comments below. Here on Brian Phillips RC, we strive to give you the full truth, nothing but the truth, so help us God. That's why we show all the bad stuff too. The bad stuff prevailed on this to a certain extent because there were some frustrating details. That being said, I still think it's gonna be a great plane. And you may not have those same frustrating details in your experience because you have seen us do it and you can avoid those. All right, if you wanna support Brian Phillips RC, ways you can support us, buy these planes from the links in the video description below. We make commissions from the companies that we work with. That being said, we don't care if you buy this or the F7F, which is an amazing plane, very similar, or that thing over there from FMS, or that thing over there from E-Flight, or that thing over there. We don't care where you get it, as long as you're getting it. Guys, we're here for you, the consumer, and not for HobbyCam or Avios or Durafly or E-Flight or any of those brands. We're here for you. And when we bring you the full truth, we expect you guys to respond to that in a few ways. A, give us smash the like button, okay? Help us know that you guys like the long format content. Click the bell for notifications and watch videos when you subscribe. It'll help us out. And also, for the long format is designed for the people that need help. If you guys don't need help and you're just watching to support us, high five, thanks. We appreciate you guys. Other ways you can support us: Patreon for monthly support, YouTube members for monthly support, YouTube super thanks for one-time donations, PayPal for one-time donations if you don't want to be in one of those groups or clubs, and then also P.O. Box if you want to send us something. Let us know in an email if you do, so we can watch out for it, because we don't check it very often, because we only get stuff periodically. All right, guys, that's all we got for you. Hopefully we answered all your questions, but if we didn't, we do try to get to comments. But we have learned that it's impossible to keep up with 100% of them.
It is, unfortunately.
So we'll do our best. We have a huge community of amazing like-minded RC individuals that are watching these videos. Hopefully they'll jump in and help you out too.
Yep.
All right, that's enough for one day, for us at least.
Yes.
We're gonna get some batteries charged and we'll be ready to fly this thing in the morning. Guys, if you haven't already seen the Unbox build radio setup for another plane that you need to see, check it out, brianphillipsrc.com or bprc.me if you don't know how to spell my name. Go over there, you can sort by type, manufacturer, or whatever. And then also the supplies tab, in case you need to get some China glue. We'll help you out. Thanks for watching, guys. So much more right around the corner on Brian Phillips RC.